The November 14th meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Please rise for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes. And if there are no corrections, we will have them stand as written. Item 2.04 is establish agenda order, and the agenda stands as written. Item 2.05 is board recognitions, and we have a presentation. There we go.
Good evening. I'm Ryan Vogelin, Director of Student Services, and with me is Chloe Constance, representing the Olivia Constance Foundation, and we're pleased to be here to present tonight's recognition. Before we begin, I'd like to ask members of the board and Dr. Alato to come forward. Members of the board and Dr. Alato, the Olivia Constance Foundation is more than a partner with Anne Arundel County Public Schools. It is an extended family member of the school system that provides resources that support our core values. In particular, the foundation, formed in memory of late Broadneck High School student Olivia Constance, continues to sponsor a student competition that honors those committed to creating change through the arts. In addition, the Olivia Constance Foundation continues to award grants to schools which provide a number of services to support marginalized youth and are designed to build the capacity of young people to make a difference in the world. The Olivia Constance Foundation continues to live its mission, which reads, "To do all the good we can for whomever we can in the spirit of Olivia." Tonight, we are here to recognize the winners of the Foundation's poster contest, and at this time, I'll turn it over to Chloe Constance.
Good evening. As Ryan said, I am Chloe Constance, and I am very glad to be here this evening. The Olivia Constance Foundation was started in the fall of 2011 in memory of my sister, Olivia Constance, who lost her life at the age of 14 in a tragic sailing accident here in Annapolis. The foundation does a number of things, including scholarships and grant opportunities. We started with the school system in 2013 by providing grants to support anti-bullying initiatives in the school system. To piggyback these efforts, we created this arts contest, creating change through the arts. Not only do we recognize their achievement and artistic skills this evening, we gave each winner a cash award, and we also matched that award to a charity of their choice. We have great kids in our county, and we are excited tonight to unveil the winners of our Creating Change Through the Arts. I'll announce the winners, who will come forward as their names are called. We will start with Katie Ostrander from Watt Chapel Elementary School. Her artwork is titled Bully Free Zone, and her charity is Anxiety and Depression Association of America. And next we have Elizabeth Mazer from Severn River Middle School. Her artwork is titled Words Have Power, and her charity is the Brendan Sailing Program. Thank you.
Our next recognitions are, tonight we are going to say farewell to 4 of our board members who have been serving, some of them for a very long time, and so this is an emotional night for many of us to have. But first I want to call Delegate Ned Carey. Is Ned? He's going to come up first.
Good evening, Madam Vice President, or President, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Superintendent. As I've said many times before, it's weird being on this side of the aisle, and I'm probably a little bit nervous, like you, Miss Nally. But no, we're here tonight, and it's my pleasure as the Vice Chairman of the delegation to come here and talk about the service that the 4 of you have done with our board. It's been my pleasure and the delegation's pleasure to have worked with you over the years to do things to enhance our students, to help our parents. We need to make sure we get our teachers paid and get them on the right track. There's a plug for you guys. And I know that we're all together going to work hard to do that. But I'm here to present citations to the 4 of you, Ms. Korbalak, Ms. Nally, Mr. Reinhardt, Mr. Butcher, for your service to the board. And let me just read the citation. So this is a Maryland General Assembly official citation. Be it hereby known to all that sincerest congratulations are offered to the 4 of you in recognition of your service as a member of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education from, you all fill in the dates, but this one here says 2007 to 2018, so we know who that is, Ms. Nally. We thank you for your work, for the work that you completed in this important role as, in your case, the longest serving board member, presented this first day of December, which it's not, by the Anne Arundel County House delegation. So I guess when you go off the board, you will have been the longest serving board member. But let me just say congratulations to all of you. You've worked hard. You've done a lot of things. I mean, $1 billion+ budget. There are a lot of zeros there. And let me just take a second to talk about Miss Nally. I've worked with all of you, but I actually served on the board for 8 years, and I served with Miss Nally for 3 of those 8 years. And let me just say that, first of all, it was a pleasure for me to serve with you because what you did, you came right in for being a school teacher, a school principal, and the board back in those days probably needed that guiding hand, if you will, of a school principal to take us to those next levels. For me, you were always there for me. We did a lot of good work together, as you all have done. And again, it's been my pleasure to serve with you, but it's also been my pleasure to work with all of you. So with that, I'll close out, and I'm going to give each of you your certificates. Glad to have served with you.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as we say farewell, so I will start with Sidney Butcher. Sidney has been with us the shortest amount of time, but during his time here, he has made a significant impact. He has his experience in the law and his perspective has often raised questions and brought things to the forefront that we hadn't thought of, and we've greatly valued I greatly valued his input and insight during his time here, and I wish very much that he was going to stay on longer because I think he's been an incredible addition to the board and would have just continued that. So, Sidney, I want to thank you very much for your time that you've served with us here, and wish you the best. And we will still be calling on you. Don't worry, we're not letting you leave. Mr. Gillen.
Thank you, Madam President. Sydney, I would just say, as the newest member, we've worked together the least amount of time, but I feel like we've been long-lost friends that reconnected, and I'm very glad that that friendship will continue. Since we're allowed to now, I will tell the story I think we've been dying to hear in public. And we'll talk about why when we get to Colin. But we were in the back room, and I guess Sydney had been here, a month, 2 months, and was commenting on Mr. Grannon's shirt one day and really admired the shirt, and he went out and he bought one. And then, he made the comment in the back room, he motions toward me. I'm leaning back, and I'm about to pop a button in my shirt, and he says, for those of us who can't wear slim shirts, like my colleagues down here, like Mr. Grannon can wear, he said, well, I went out and I bought a slim shirt, and he wore it to a board meeting, and when he got here, he took his jacket off, and the shirt split down the middle, and he had to keep his jacket on for the duration of the meeting because it had a big tear. So people now are wondering what the heck happens back here, but we've had a good time, and your presence on this board has just been amazing, and you've taught us a lot in such a short period of time. I'm going to miss working with you, but I look forward to seeing all that you continue to do in public service, so thank you for that.
Ms. Nally.
Well, we worked together a short period of time, but you had a really tremendous impact on our board. Your insightful remarks, you're thoughtful, you always came prepared. I appreciate your service, and I just know I'm going to be reading about you in the future. Good things.
Ms. Korbelak.
I just want to say thank you for bringing customer service from the board to the forefront. I think it's an important thing that we remember, and those who follow us. So thank you for always raising that on the dais.
Mr. Grannon.
Mr. Butcher, I will miss your humor and your candor, and it's always good to have another lawyer up here to keep us on our toes. I also think that we're going to be reading some very good things about you in public service in the future, so I look forward to that, and I will get you the number to a good tailor.
Ms. Urea.
Mr. Butcher, I just want to say that when I first walked into the board caucus room, you were the very first person to say a joke to me, and I thought that was great. I will always remember that, and your fist bumps and everything. I know that I haven't known you for very long either, but I remember sitting on the SBAC and voting for you, and I knew that as soon as I did and everybody else voted for you, that you were going to do great things, and you have. And I wish you good luck with your career, and I'm sincerely going to miss you. Thank you.
And Dr. Arlotto.
Absolutely. So to echo what your colleagues have said, is thank you. You and I got a chance to have our monthly meeting, our last one this morning, breakfast in Baltimore near your office, and as always, I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me, to talk. Your advice has been sound. I will continue to seek your advice. We've agreed to stay in touch. I look forward to your daughter being part of our school system in the very near future. She is growing quickly, as we know, and she will soon be with us in the school system. We're looking forward to that. But thank you for your sound advice. Thank you for challenging me each time we met and at these board meetings and in the back room so that I can get better at serving our families and serving our students. So thanks for the work. Thank you.
Thank you. So the consistent theme is that I haven't been here that long, so my speech won't be that long. I wish my wife could hear this. She doesn't think anybody says anything nice about me. She would agree with everyone that's said I'm fat, so I hear that quite a bit. You know, a lot of times with change, it can be a little bittersweet. I've kind of reflected on this for a little while. Candace Antoine, who's going to be the District 1 rep, I've had an opportunity to meet with her quite extensively. I got to see her in the community. She's been a strong advocate for her PTSA over at Meade. And I know just from my experience that I knew very little when I came onto the job. I obviously feel like I know way more today than I did on that first day. But what I cannot, it's just something that you can't necessarily capture when I've had an opportunity to speak with her, and that's her passion for school, for the kids, for the public school system. So I do think that while most of the new board members are going to have a steep learning curve, you can't, manufacture passion, and she's going to bring the passion to at least the District 1 seat. So I'm pretty excited to see what she's going to be capable of, especially because she'll have a 6-year term. And so I think at least District 1 is really in good hands. One of the main reasons why I chose to move from Kansas to Maryland was that I wanted to work in an environment where black men and boys were being detained or sent to jail. I wanted to work as a prosecutor within the system to see if I could affect change. That was a similar approach that I took with trying to fill this vacancy on the board. As you've heard, my wife and I live in this county, and obviously we plan to send our daughter to public schools. So we used this as an opportunity to kind of see what was happening behind the curtain. And I feel very comfortable and confident that I know that my daughter is going to get one of the best educations that you can get in the state of Maryland by being a student in the Anne Arundel County Public School System. It's not lost on me that the month that I was sworn in, we had a school shooting in Florida, and the first meeting, maybe the second meeting in March, we actually had a school shooting here in Maryland. And the trauma that those students and the families and the teachers that were infected and involved in that is something that's unimaginable, something that hopefully we don't have to deal with here in the Anne Arundel County Public School System. But just as important, if not more important, is that within the community we have a lot of students that are affected by trauma in their daily lives with what's happening in their home, in their environments. And we're seeing some of those issues spill into our schools, whether it's racial, whether it's acts of violence, things of that nature. It's not lost on me that we still have a long way to go, but it's not a school problem per se, it's a community problem. People bring their issues to the school, and the school is almost like the last line of defense to try to help our kids. So moving forward, I know Dr. Arlotto and your staff has just been phenomenal. It's been great to see the people that are really working behind the scenes to make sure that everything goes well. And when I look out at the administrators out there, you guys have a tough job. You do a hell of a job, and I hope you just keep continuing the fight. So with that, I just want to say thank you, definitely to my fellow board members. It's been a great experience. I've really enjoyed this opportunity. I would challenge everyone in the community, no matter what your role is. Our school system is probably the most important thing that we have going as a community. As our school system goes, we go. And so it's good to try to have an elected board to a certain extent to hold people accountable. But at the end of the day, the most important people that need to be held accountable are us, the individuals that live in our community. So I hope you really understand that, and that's my main challenge. That's something that I'm taking from this experience that is very important to make sure that we as parents and residents of Anne Arundel County are really engaging with each other, speaking with each other, learning with each other as much as possible. And I think that's going to be our best bet to making sure that we have the best school system possible. So thanks for the opportunity.
Next, we will say farewell to Colin Reinhardt. Colin has also been an extremely valuable voice on the board because he was very recently in the classroom and in the schools. And so to bring in that perspective from the teacher standpoint and as a parent to have there to share with us the things that are really happening on the ground from a very recent viewpoint has been invaluable. He has asked questions and raised issues around teacher workload and teacher compensation and things that he knows from that perspective, and it's been incredibly enriching for the board. We also love his donuts, and so we will miss the donuts very much, but we'll also miss his humor and his insight and coming through. And so you've made an amazing contribution to the board during your time here, and I have no doubt that we will still be utilizing you within the school system in some way, because you're too sharp and too caring about our students for us to let you get away in any way. So, Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you again. Colin, since you joined the board, I gained 10 pounds. And
blame it on college.
but that's because Paradise Donuts in Linthicum, the donuts are fabulous. I appreciate, as Julie said, your sense of humor. I think what you've brought here is the fact that we take our work seriously, but we can't always and should not always take ourselves seriously. And we need to laugh at times, because the work requires laughter to get through it sometimes. You being a teacher voice has been instrumental to our success, but for me personally, I don't live in Linthicum anymore, but Linthicum will always be home for me. And what you've done and what you continue to do to help that community, not just here, but more broadly as a small business owner and just a voice in LSIA and elsewhere in Linthicum, means a lot. So thank you for all that you've done here and all that you do throughout the community, and keep the donuts coming. Thank you.
Ms. Nally.
Colin, I have really enjoyed my service with you. Again, I want to echo my colleagues talking about your humor, all that you brought, but you did bring a insight from the recent classroom experience. And oftentimes when we were debating or talking about, you came in with such wonderful, insightful, true down-to-earth kinds of things that helped us make our decisions good for teachers. And I thank you for your advocacy. You're a wonderful father, you're a wonderful business owner, and I think we're going to see more of you in the future. Thanks.
Ms. Korbelak.
I'll say ditto, but we very much love your humor and your donuts and your analytical mind and your voice for our teachers. Thank you.
Ms. Urea.
So obviously the trend is your donuts, but when I first came on the board and I saw everybody, you really stood out, Mr. Reinhardt, because your passion, like when we did the school tours and everything, every room you went into, you lit up when you saw students. And I've never seen so much passion from you and the way you speak about like wanting to help every single child and just make sure that everybody, no matter what, is able to follow their dreams as a student is really inspiring. And what you're doing with your donut shop is amazing with those students and everything. So I hope you just continue that and really just spread your inspiration in your community. Thank you.
So, Colin, I want to go on record as stating very clearly for the public that there's more to you than donuts. And I believe that wholeheartedly. I think the theme beyond donuts is perspective. And so what you brought to the board was that teacher's perspective, that DC's perspective, that time you've spent in central office, the time you spend in multiple school districts is perspective, your perspective as a small business owner, as a member of the community, and most importantly, as a dad. And all of those were critical to helping us and helping your colleagues make really sound decisions on behalf of children. And when we think of all means all, I think a lot of you, because as Josie has said, that's a key part of who you are, more than donuts, is the all means all, and that's really important. I do want to thank you as I watched you the last couple of years, not only interacting with your colleagues, but folks from around the state and around the country, where I got to see you interact and kind of stand back and watch you at MABE, with your colleagues and stand back and watch you interact with folks from around the country and really look for deeper knowledge to bring back to us to make us better as you went to these conferences. And that was really impressive as I stood back and watched that, because we would sort of get together in the evenings at the end of these conferences and you would share the things that you had heard from different parts of the country, and that's really rewarding for us. That really helps us, helps me get better. And so I appreciate everything you've brought to us. And I am better at what I do now. We are a better school system because of your input and your dedication, and we thank you for that. And with that, I have a plaque for you also. Thank you.
I have to say, with my radio voice, I'm maybe I am ready for TV. I don't know. It also points out my hair loss. That's okay. Thanks. Well, we've got the tissue box up here. I think I'll be all right. So the lawyers have told me that I can't talk about my donut business while I'm on official school board time. But I will tell you that everything that we do as a family is to support our community, whether it is just our neighbors and our students right there in town, all the way to my wife, who helps support our nation's war fighters around the world and keeping them safe. Our commitment as a family is to community in whatever we do. I'd like to personally thank my family, especially my wife Melissa, for giving me this opportunity. We have two very active children, very hyperactive children, who are engaged in all sorts of activities in school, and without her support, we wouldn't be able to just to keep our family running strong. So I appreciate, and she can't be here with us this evening because she is chauffeuring my kids to club soccer and club swimming this evening. So I do appreciate that. When I joined the board 15 months ago, it was reluctantly. We just started our new business. Our kids were just finally getting settled into the routine of elementary school, and even with all of that, there was something missing when I woke up each morning. When I was in the classroom, when I was here at Riva, when I was in Rockville working with Montgomery County, every morning I'd wake up with a sense of purpose that what I would do and what we would do as a system that day was going to be better for children, and would bring about the change in them that would push our country forward. And it's true, you got to get up and make the donuts, but the sense of purpose that you're making a difference can only come from doing this sort of job where you're working directly with children, and you are impacting their future. And when this opportunity came up, and some local community leaders approached me about throwing my hat in the ring, I couldn't have done it without their support and their encouragement, and I couldn't have done it without Josie's vote. She helped give me. I think I saw Miss Pickard. She's here to thanks for your vote. And so we're here. And since that first day when I was sworn in downtown, I woke up with that sense of purpose again. You jump out of bed with both feet on the ground. I run over. I'm excited to see what Bob sent me from the latest news articles. What are we going to do to change the world today? You only get out of this position what you put into it. I know that's trite, but the more you are willing to learn, the more time you're willing to take to get to know your constituents, the more time that you're willing to take to get your body into schools and to see what's really happening on the ground and to collect those facts and observations for yourself so you can make an informed decision, that's going to make you the best board member that you can be. Now, I only had 15 months, and I tried to cram as much as possible, and you know how I like to ask questions because I want to learn as much as possible in the time that I have here. I encourage all of our newly elected board members to approach this with an open mind and an insatiable curiosity to learn how every aspect of this system works. I know we for some of them, they have a steep learning curve, perhaps not having children in the system, perhaps not working in the system, and there is so much to learn, even for someone who's been involved in education for 15 years now. There's so much to learn every turn. So get that budget book, read every single page, read every single line, get the MGT study, read every single page, every single line, find out, according to Dr. Arlotto's contract, who you can talk to, and ask them questions. And the more you learn, the more the better. It's just going to make you more effective. So I could ramble for quite a while, but I appreciate everyone's comments about all means all. I've never wanted to work in a school that was monochromatic. I've never wanted to work in a school where every student looked like me. Those schools are boring. The schools that are exciting and have perspectives are those where children come from all backgrounds, where you're working in a little United Nations, and they're coming from all around the world and speak all different languages and have those different perspectives and make that classroom experience so rich and so exciting. And that's why I got a gift for everybody. I went around to every Barnes & Noble in 50-mile radius here. And I've got everybody here on the board a copy of The Day You Begin by Jacqueline Woodson. If you're not familiar with this book, you need to be familiar with this book. This is just wonderful, and art by Rafael Lopez. This is an amazing book, and I'm giving it to everyone just to remind them, if they're staying here on the board, what they're doing here and who they're doing it for. And for those who are leaving with me today, what our service has been all about. Without spoiling it, the powerful message here is share your story. It doesn't matter what you think of yourself or where you came from. Your story is important. And when you share your story, you will find that you have connections with others that you never would have expected, but you just have to open up. And I hope that all of our new board members, I have a copy for them too, and I hope that all of our new board members come to the board with that same excitement to share their story. Stop, Diane. Stop it. To open up and share your story and find those connections. You're not an island. You may have you may have been chosen by your district, but once you sit on this dais, you're here for all children. So, just pass these down. Got something for everybody.
All right. So, Stacy Korbelak has been on the board for 6.5 years now. Is that right? 6.5 years. She served as the president of the board for multiple years during some big times of change here. Through it all, Stacy has always been the voice for all of our children, especially some of our least heard children sometimes. She's always bringing up fighting for the least of these and our most challenged children. And she has been an amazing advocate for students and teachers. She comes from the perspective as a parent who's had children in the system and has a son who's now a teacher in our system. So she has brought that background. She's also teaches in higher education, so she knows what our students need to know to go on and be successful. And so she's brought that and challenged us to make sure that we are preparing our children adequately to go on and be ready for their next steps. And so all those are valuable perspectives. As with all these board members, she's become a dear friend, and Stacy, you have definitely left your mark on the school system for the better. You have made us a stronger school system. I know that you have given countless hours tirelessly to serving the children and the employees of the school system, and just I thank you very much. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. Stacy, well, she's about to lose it now. She's we first met, I guess, 12, 13 years ago. You were writing a story when I went to speak at a class at Arundel Middle, an AVID program, and you wrote a flattering story about me, and didn't write what some of the students were picking up on in that class, that I was there for romantic reasons with that particular teacher. That's another story for another day. That class, that taught me about you, and that taught me a lot about the AVID program. Fast forward, and you know, we're in here now, and you were my first president when I joined the board, and I learned a lot from you, from an HR perspective especially, and I appreciate that. I also want to thank you for what you taught me just about teaching in general, and I know we share the same pet peeve with regard to our students. You know, when we see them once a week or twice a week, and our pet peeve is when our students come up and say, did I miss anything important last week, when they're not in class. And you know, I know we've shared a lot of laughter around that. So I can't thank you enough for the service that you've had here, as well as the footprint and the legacy you're leaving. So thank you, and all the best.
Just a minute before I was on the board, when Stacy first came on the board, I was a parent who was active in the community and came out of things. And Stacy, in one of her first months on the board, called me and said, can we meet for coffee, because she wanted to hear from active parents who are out there. And that impressed me so much, and I've tried to model that as well, to really reach out and to have the people. So that perspective, as Colin said, we need to be out in our community and hearing from people that were there. And so Stacy has always set a wonderful example in that regard. Miss Nally.
I hope I can get through this. Stacy and I have worked really closely together. There have been so many important things that we've done. One of the first, hiring the superintendent. That superintendent search was a new thing for us, and Stacy, with her background in HR, we sat down and we met with folks all over. Really worked hard with another board member, Kevin Jackson, and it was really a strong, one of the best superintendent searches, I think, and we've worked on many other things, and I've learned so much from her. She is a great listener. She has been an advocate for this school system. I know we haven't heard the last of Stacy, and I appreciate her friendship. She and Matt have been wonderful. It's been a pleasure to serve with you. And I can't keep talking, but.
Mr. Grannon.
Well, I think Patty's going to be an impossible act to follow, so I'm not going to try with that level of emotion. But I am going to say that, and I hope this is taken by everyone in the spirit with which I intend it. Not one of the board members that I have met in my time here, including myself, has impressed me with the level of open-mindedness that you have. You have the most open mind of any person I've worked with up here, and I've seen you change your mind on tough issues, and that's a really impressive thing, and maybe even more impressive that you changed my mind on issues and changed my positions. And so you've undoubtedly left a mark on the system, but you have left a mark on me, and you're leaving with just the highest respect that I could have for a colleague.
Miss Uria.
Ms. Korbelak, I remember when I was a middle schooler speaking right there and like seeing you up there, and just since then I've seen how much you do for the school system, and over this last couple months, getting to know you and getting close to you. I know how much dedication you have and love you have for the school system. And as Miss Nally said, you've done so much, and you've definitely left a mark on not only me, but I know all of Crask looks up to you so much, and how much students do see what you're doing. And you definitely deserve a massage after all this, so you should definitely go get one. Thank you.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam President. So I know I could echo a lot of the compliments that folks have been offering you today, but I appreciate everything you've done in these last 15 months to help me get up to speed so rapidly. Your willingness to talk with me and answer questions and lean across the table, and let me read the fine print that I may have missed in one of my compelling arguments. So I do appreciate that. And I know that a picture surfaced of us on our junket in San Antonio on one of the river cruises. But for the record, we did talk about schools the entire time because that's just how passionate we are. And I thank you for laughing at my jokes, and I appreciate just you being ready to listen when any of us have a concern and have that experience. You've just had a very broad background in everything that you've been through and those perspectives that you bring. And I especially enjoyed seeing a friendly face at the Ramadan dinner. And that was my first Ramadan dinner. And seeing you there and hearing what we'd be expecting and getting introduced to a lot of the folks who were there just made that a lot more comfortable and extremely enjoyable, and hopefully I can sneak back to one of those with you next year. So thank you.
So we had a chance, Stacy, to cry in my office on Monday at our last meeting. And so your colleagues are right, you are incredible. I've had the opportunity to get to know your family, and they're quality people. As opposed to going through everything that everybody has said and repeat it, I think the most important thing that stands out for me is all means all, is Stacy Korbelak. Your colleagues have mentioned it about how you focus, both in the back room and out front, and in your time in the community, about focusing on those that have less. And how can we do more for them? I'm not sure the public knows that that term, all means all. That's the key part of who we are as a school system. It is the leading part of our strategic plan, sort of the last stamp you've had on this school system. But that came about several years ago when you were president. And we were in the process of producing professional development for our schools around supporting transgender students. And we were learning more as a school system, and we were putting together our guidelines to support our transgender students as best we could and as best we can. And I remember meeting with you and asking you if, as president, there's going to be a bit of a storm, and are you okay with that? And you didn't hesitate. You said, absolutely, move forward. And there was a storm. And some of the greatest hate mail that you or I have ever received was a result of us publishing those guidelines to support our transgender students. And you stood your ground firm, and I appreciate that. And that's what I always remember. It is about all means all for you. And that's where that term came from. From that point forward, it was about us supporting all of our students, and all does mean all. And that's Stacy Korbelak, and I thank you for that.
I was going to try to do this without Kleenex, but I didn't make it. I had to write down what I wanted to say so I wouldn't cry through it. But those of you who were at my daughter's Annapolis High School graduation a couple years ago know that writing speeches down doesn't always work. Serving on the school board has truly been an opportunity of a lifetime. I have grown so much personally and professionally over these last 6.5 years. But more importantly, I've had the chance to work with the best of the best. And I mean that from the people up here and the people over here. The two things that I'm the most proud of during my tenure on this board, the first is the hiring of our interim and permanent superintendent, George Urak. The second is the rebuilding of relationships between the school board and the superintendent, the county executive, the county council, our 4 unions, and our state delegation. Those relationships were either non-existent or they were completely dysfunctional when I got here in 2012. Julie mentioned coffee. We broke a lot of bread to get to where we are today. I loved getting to know each and every one of you as people. Our elected and union officials take a lot of heat, but I know they care about our county and they care about our school system. Thank you guys for serving with me. I could not have done any of this work without the support of my family and my employer. I want to first thank my department chair and my dean and the vice president at Howard Community College, where I've worked for 13 years. When I first approached them about applying for this role, I was pretty sure the answer was going to be no. How do you excuse a professor from the classroom on every other Wednesday when you teach a Monday and Wednesday class? So that didn't make any sense to me, but I was encouraged by one of our county councilmen to just ask the question anyway. So I did. And to my surprise, their immediate response was, "You can teach online, we'll get you trained. Go for it." And so I did. And they've been adjusting my teaching schedule ever since, and I thank them. And now to my family. My husband, Matt, who's here tonight, he became the chauffeur and the chef of our house after my first year on the board so I could chair the search committee and then the board itself. He never once complained about these new roles, but I know it wasn't easy after a long day of working in Washington, D.C. Please know I could not have served here without your support. And to my 4 children, 2 of whom are here this evening, the other 2 who are out of state. Thank you for loaning your mom to the children and families and teachers and staff of the Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I know there were times when I wasn't available to attend an event or answer a call or text promptly. Thank you for understanding. I'm especially grateful that my son, Ben, will continue to serve the students and families of Anne Arundel County Public Schools in Annapolis High after I'm gone. They're lucky to have you. I know we have a meeting to conduct, but I want to close with something that I read in an opinion piece by Marie Tillman in the Washington Post earlier this week. It sums up my thoughts on how we should all move forward with a new board and our new county leaders. She wrote, "I believe we are at our best as Americans when we engage in constructive dialogue around our differences with the goal of understanding one another. This mindset is where change happens, progress is made, and bridges are built. I believe that in our hearts we are all the same. We all want our children to be healthy and safe and to have opportunities. We may have significant differences in how we think we should get there, but divisive rhetoric will only deepen the chasm and make us forget all that we share. Let's engage instead in thoughtful and respectful discourse, never shying away from the nuance, never taking the easy way, and looking always for a conversation instead of a fight. Thank you all.
And last but certainly not least is the super Southern belle, Miss Patty Nally. Back several years ago at our board retreat, we did an exercise called Strength Finder, and you fill out these things and then they tell you what your different strengths are. And Patty came out as her number one was called woo. And woo means the person who comes in and says, woo, let's get things going. And that is Patty Nally, always. She is the woo to the board. She can use that Southern charm to bring people around, to smooth things over, to keep things going. She has served children and this county for 40 years as a teacher, as a principal, and as a board member. Her insight and experience were invaluable for the past decade plus 12 years. Are we 12 years now? 11.5, but who's counting? And so she has been a wonderful mentor and example for me. She has been an unshakable voice for children. I can remember long before I was on the board coming to a board meeting and something came out. There was a developer who wanted to build something that would take away the playground at a school, at Annapolis Elementary, and Patty sat here and smiled as she listened to them, and then when it got done she said, I just can't see how that helps children in any way whatsoever. And she said it in that nice Southern voice, but she shot them down right there. Then they did not take away that playground. And so right then, that was my first encounter with Patty Nally. And I was like, this is a lady who gets it and who's fighting for children and what is best for children all the time. And so, Patty, I don't think any of us can thank you enough for all of your decades of service and all that you've done and the mark that you've left on. When we go to schools to visit, it's 4 degrees of Patty Nally. It's not 6 degrees. It's there. She has taught someone or taught their children or taught with them or taught with their mother or taught with their grandmother. And I mean, every school we go to, it's true. It's true. And so, the connections that are there, we always laugh because we'll walk in and they'll be like, oh, I taught you in 4th grade. And we're like, of course you did. So that historical knowledge is just, I don't think we'll ever fill that on the board to have that. And so I'm so grateful for your service and the time I was able to spend with you. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you again, Madam President. Patty, I love you. And I love your accent. I love Southern accents. It's been the highlight of my professional career to sit between the two of you this year. But our connection goes back 30 plus years and doesn't involve me, but in fact involves my wife, who you taught for 2 years. And when I came on the board, or just prior to joining the board, she talked about you often, and she said you were one of the best. And I can see that now, having the honor of working with you, sitting next to you out here, sitting next to you back there. I've learned a lot from you, and you've changed my vote on a couple of occasions when I may have been going in one direction, and you would make a comment, and sometimes even the voice of a principal saying, this is what principals may be looking at a school. And that perspective, well-grounded, well-justified, was enough to convince me to change a vote or two along the way. Your impact, I think, will be felt in this school system for decades. because I've seen the person my wife has become, and it's because of teachers like you that have made a difference. And I can't thank you enough for that, because that is something that is being paid forward. So I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss sitting next to you. And again, I can't thank you enough for all that you've done and continue to do.
Thank you.
Ms. Korbelak.
Patty, it's been such a pleasure. And when I first came on the board, you took me under your wing and you became my mentor and you became my friend. I think one of my favorite stories early on was you telling me that we needed to watch ourselves on TV and make sure we weren't giving away our real thoughts through our facial expression so we could practice our smiles and our nods. But I know that we'll be friends forever and we'll miss this together.
I don't even know where to begin. So let me begin as I look out into the audience and I see your wonderful family here, and I see colleagues through the years that were not only your colleagues but your friends, and that speaks volumes about you. They're certainly not here to see me. They're here to see you, because you've had that kind of influence on them as a colleague to begin, and then the friendships you built. As has been said, you will have a tremendous impact. You have had a tremendous impact and will into the future. I know that as you wanted it, our sort of last act together will be visiting the school tomorrow afternoon. That you wanted to make sure after this meeting that you got out to see one more school and visit our children. You know that you're welcome at any time, and we'll be conducting interviews for principalships soon. So in case you're interested in coming back to a school, we might be able to talk you into it. But I thank you for your sound advice. I think over the years we were able to have conversations that I might not have been able to have with your other colleagues because of the seats we've both sat in, because of the experiences you have had. And so I've very much appreciated your sage advice. And while it has been said that there are only several degrees of separation from Patty Nally and the rest of Anne Arundel County, that's been really beneficial for me because you've helped guide me, sometimes through the political waters with some of our delegates and some of our elected officials, as you know things and know folks better than I, and I've learned from you, and I've appreciated that. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow and us spending some final time together as we visit a school. And want to thank you, and I know your colleagues and your friends here in the audience and your family want to thank you for 40 plus years. And if anybody didn't sort of catch, as we were talking about Stacy, who stayed beyond 5 years, and Patty, who stayed, you heard 11.5, they didn't have to. They could have walked away at 5 and at 10. And as the board was shifting and we were going to an elected board, they chose to stay to keep some continuity for this group, for this superintendent, and I appreciate that. To both of you, thank you for staying. We're better off for it. Thank you.
Mr. Grannon.
I just want to say briefly, Patty, I think you're a wonderful person. I've just had no end of pleasure sitting next to you in the boardroom. You've answered literally every question that I've asked you, and some of the questions didn't have anything to do with board business. They had things to do with how to be a better parent to my own child, who's in 3rd grade at Davidsonville. And you literally always had an answer to every question, and always had a smile. And I'm gonna miss you a lot. I think you're a terrific person, terrific grandmother, terrific mother, obviously a terrific educator. And I hope to be able to stay in touch with you over the years to keep asking you those questions, because you always had a great answer for anything I ever asked you.
Ms. Uria.
Of course, I had to jump in at the end, but I just wanted to say, Ms. Nally, that your smile lights up every single room. And seriously, when I first walked in, I saw you. You were so welcoming and so awesome. And I'm sorry, but it's just one thing I love about you is every time we're like trying to decide a date, you open up your little calendar of the dates and you're like searching through like, is it this date? It's just, it makes me laugh every time. And like getting to know you at, everybody notices it too, so it's not just me. But, and like getting to know you at MAVE and like you sitting there with your friend talking about like your travel and everything, that's just so inspirational. Just like seeing you follow your dreams of traveling and everything. I don't know, you're just such an amazing person, and an amazing grandmother too, the way you talk about your grandchildren. It's so cute. And I'm really gonna miss you. I feel like you're like the grandmother of the group, so you're definitely gonna leave a hole in in our hearts, so thank you.
Well, I had to write my remarks. Thank you so much. In 2007, I retired as principal at Davidsonville Elementary and was appointed to the Board of Education. My main reason for applying for the board was to have the voice of an educator serving to make decisions for our school community. My service to Anne Arundel County Public Schools began in 1970. Since that time, I have worked with 8 superintendents as a teacher, assistant principal, principal, and board member. Many changes have occurred, to name a few: population growth, diversity of students and staff, programs of choice, charter contract schools, increase of blue ribbon schools and green schools. Also, the revitalization, replacement, and modernization of multiple schools. During my tenure, I was honored to serve as board vice president for 3 years and president for 2 years, and serve on numerous committees. As a leadership project for MAVE, I worked with staff to write the first Board of Education handbook. I appreciated being named to the Maryland Senior Citizens Hall of Fame by the Anne Arundel County Retired School Personnel Association, and serving on the Maryland Hall for Creative Arts Board of Directors for 8 years. It was an honor to be featured in What's Up Annapolis magazine as one of the women who had made a difference in stepping out for education. I'm a member of the Severn Town Club and served as Hollyball chair, raising money for scholarships for scholars to provide scholarships for many deserving students. None of my accomplishments were done alone. I want to recognize some of you here who have had a great impact on me. First, I want to recognize my family. My son Matt is here. Just stand up, Matt, and my 4 grandchildren. Stand up. There they are. And their mother, Margaret, who was, I think, Bo was 4 days old when she came to vote for me at the school board nominating 11 years ago, 11 and a half. My daughter, Meg Evans, who is not here, Meg Evans Hayden, and her children, Ryder and Josie May, wish they could be here. My husband, Bill Nally, passed away in 2013. He was such a supporter. And his son, Chris, is here. He's the teacher at Southern High School. I have to tell a quick story. My husband, Bill, and his good friends, our good friends Dee and Sandy Murray, who are here, took a video of me my first time when I was going to running for the school board, and they critiqued me when we got home. And I will tell you, I hated every minute of it, but they said I was too nice, that I needed to be more firm and stand, you know, that was something. Thank you, Dee and Sandy. I want to recognize my dear sister-in-law and best friend, Lucy Kay Weaver, who has been with me through thick and thin. We met in 1965 and have been best friends ever since. And she's my travel buddy. And it's really been wonderful. And I do have to mention briefly my mom, Margaret Evans Bell, who passed away in 2015 at 98. She was the only person who repeatedly said I was perfect from the day I was born. Some of you remember she cooked Hershey bar pound cakes, made delicious cheese grits for my faculty and friends, and when I got on the board, she was so proud, and I was president, and she would watch board meeting after board meeting. Well, she had a little dementia, and she didn't realize that they loop and the same meeting repeats. She called me and said, "We've got to go shopping. You're wearing the same outfit every board meeting." I said, "No, Mom, they're repeating." She said, "Oh, no, you." I want to thank my friends who are here. If you'd stand up, raise your hand. These are all my friends there who were with me from the beginning, running for the board. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Former board members, Tricia Johnson. Tricia was PTA president at Davidsonville. She walked in, and everybody told me I better be careful because she was, she ran the school, and I was new principal. Tricia walked in the door, and I'm telling you, we were just like that from the beginning, and she did so much and helped me so much. And then she went on the school board and was president of the school board. And Ned Carey, oh my gosh, Ned and Tricia and I would meet, and it was, I really thank you. I know I won't say I won't say a thing, but it was great. I want to thank for Allison Pickard is here, and Solon Webb. Solon, I have missed you on this board. I will tell you, I have to tell one story. We were driving to Mabe, and we stopped at Crazy Ladies, and Solon had to sit in Crazy Ladies with me while I shopped. I told him he could go to Hooters next door, but he didn't. But we had a wonderful time, and Solon, you were a great board member, and thank you, Carmen, for sharing him. I want to thank, of course, all the current, past, and present board members. I look down this front, and I can name every one of you how I knew you, either in meetings, and I don't want to go down the list and forget, but every one of you, either special ed meetings, going to conferences. Oh my gosh, Helen Matioski, I hired her at Davidsonville, the best hire ever. And look at her now. I look at all of you, and I want to just thank you for being such a wonderful team and support. Mary, I see you, and I still remember our special ed meeting with the Governor Mandel. Oh, nobody would believe that one. Another story. Anyway, we've all worked as a team. We've kept the needs of students at the front of our decisions. Thank you, Tyson Bennett, former board attorney, and thank Darren Burns, current board attorney, for providing our board with wonderful legal assistance. Molly Conley, executive assistant to the board, you're the glue that holds this board together. I can't thank you enough, and your assistant, Diane Howell. These fabulous ladies work under a lot of pressure. They are the first ones who get the irate phone calls and all that, and they just handle everything, and I respect your efforts. It's wonderful. As I mentioned earlier, I've worked with 8 superintendents over my career. I want to say that Dr. Arlotto is the finest superintendent with whom I've worked. His honesty, work ethic, and determination to make our school system work for all students is admirable. Thank you for all you do. Finally, I would like to leave with some advice for current and future boards. You know, a teacher, we can't do anything without leaving with a little advice, right, Helen? Board membership involves many long hours. Take advantage of the leadership opportunities to study with Maryland Association of Boards of Education. These courses are invaluable in helping you become a great board member. Study the key work of school boards to clearly understand your role as a board member. Carefully read the board handbook, since I wrote it. It's been revised many times. This is a document that can be revised as you need to determine if the norms and values should be updated to meet the majority of the board's wishes. Dr. Arlotto meets individually with board members monthly. Take advantage of these meetings to have a greater understanding of why and how decisions are made. Get out in the community. Board membership is not limited to meetings and hearings and workshops. You need to work with Dr. Arlotto to develop a schedule to visit schools regularly. And as he said a while ago, one of my last things to do, I'm visiting a school tomorrow. That's my favorite thing to do. Study your packet and talk with Dr. Arlotto if you need clarification. Be on time for meetings. You're an important part of a team, and you need to be present and prepared. Notify the board office if you must be late or leave early. Consistently walking in late and leaving early is disrespectful to your teammates. Remember that teamwork is important. You will not always agree with fellow board members. You have the right to respectfully disagree. Listen, listen, listen. Understand your fellow board members' opinions. The student board member is an important part of this team. They have the student's ear and can often provide valuable insight into decision making. Board relationships are a key to the success of the board team. It truly begins with a willingness to work together. This collaborative approach does not happen by accident. Make a conscious decision to focus on student achievement and have a good working relationship with fellow board members. Thank you for allowing me to serve these 11 years and 5 months. It has been an honor and a pleasure. And I want to read this because it was so important to me. My dear friend, Chris Stockett, we've worked together as teacher, principal. She wrote me this letter, and I just have to read it as my ending. Dear Patty, as you look back on your career in education, you should do so with great pride in all that you have accomplished. As a classroom teacher, you impacted all those students' lives because you were an excellent teacher. As principal, your influence expanded to all the students, parents, and teachers. Finally, as a board member, you were able to spread your knowledge, understanding, and dedication to excellence to the whole school community. I am fortunate to call you friend. Congratulations and best wishes. Love, Chris. That was so meaningful. I want to have it framed. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Anne Arundel County.
And before we move on to the next item, Solon Webb and Margaret Evans both were to come up and say something.
No bow tie.
My name is Margaret Rose Evans, and tonight's sort of an end of an era for Patty. 50 years in education, 40 plus in Anne Arundel County, and a number of years in Virginia and other states that I'm not even sure if anyone's even aware of. Patty has dedicated her life to children, not only our children, but to everyone's children. When I think about her mother, she mentioned it. She always did say, Patty is the sunshine of my life. And I thought about the children, and I wanted to read a poem that I wrote because I feel like Patty is the children's sunshine. Tonight is a night we honor Patty Nally, a woman of courage, a woman of valor. She was elected to the school board in May of 2007. Bo was 4 days old, and now he's 11. She has spent her life serving children in schools across the Mid-Atlantic, dealing with situations that would cause most to become frantic, especially me. Dealing with situations that would cause, if you know Patty, you know she is a survivor at heart. She is relentless, tenacious, funny, and smart. Patty has been faced with many challenges in her life. Both personally and professionally, she can handle any strife. The characteristic that exemplifies Patty the most is her ability to be positive and smile at burnt toast. She looks for the sunshine in every child's heart, brings it to the surface, and finds what makes that child smart. As for the negative things, she pays them no mind, instead focusing on that unique ray of light which makes every child shine. Her appreciation for intelligence in all facets of education is what makes her one of the best teachers in the nation. Tonight, Anne Arundel County and the state is losing one of its finest. I hope they are prepared to be without this strong lioness. Thank you, Patty.
Thank you. Thank you.
This reminds me of when I was on the board, I never had much to say. And after hearing all the comments tonight, there's not much left to say. I wanted to, thank all of you board members. Thank you for your service. Especially the four lovely ladies that are on the dais right now, who I've had the pleasure and honor to work with. Stacy, I'm so happy you found your voice. And Patty, you've been my mentor and my friend, and you're all my buddies, and I'm sure we'll continue to do happy hours long after this is over. But Patty, I remember so many things that you taught me and showed me along the way, and I loved your Southern genteelness. Even when you thought somebody was full of crap, you would say, God bless them. You know. Really, I wanted to speak to the fact that you guys have done so much over the span of your tenure on the board. I mean, when I came on the board, we were pretty much moving at a snail's pace, and Patty's just set a new standard, and she's passed that baton on, and it's gone better and better and better, and there's been so much improvement. And I think the new board members coming on board will find it elucidating and demanding, because there's still a lot to be done. I would say to the new board members coming on board, you're being left a fantastic school district with amazing staff, amazing teachers, and a very challenging and diverse student body. There's a lot of talent in that student body, a lot of gems among that student body, and this staff has worked very hard to bring out the best in all of them. So with that, I will end by thanking you all again. And I did buy booze for you, but I couldn't bring it on. So we'll talk about that later. And George, I came to see you too. Thank you very much.
And now we will move on to the work of the board. Item 2.06 is the CRASC report.
Good evening, President Hummer, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Savannah Quick. I attend Northeast High School, and I'm Secretary of Education for CRASC. Yesterday, we hosted our first General Assembly for the year at Severna Park High School, which focused on connecting military-dependent students with their families, or communities. We were fortunate to have Colonel Thomas Chapeau, Headquarters Battalion Commander from Fort George G. Meade, and Mary Gable, Assistant State Superintendent, Division of Student Support, Academic Enrichment, and Educational Policy for the Maryland State Department of Education, speak at our event. Military-dependent and non-military-dependent students took part in panel discussions, participated in Socratic seminars, pro-con debates, and made thank you cards, entry bags for Operation Welcome Home. We would like to thank Carol Chabani and Sarah Bonice, liaisons from Naval Support Annapolis and Fort Meade, for their support. Also, Commander Eggleston from Annapolis High School and his NJROTC cadets who presented the colors during our opening activities. Let's not forget the wonderful students and parents who took part in the panel discussions and a visit from Assistant Superintendent Sally McDonald Egan. Speaking as a student who is not a military dependent, it was a fantastic experience. Any student will tell you that they look for a school environment that is safe and supportive. With that being said, we as CRASC condemn the incidents of hate that happened not only at Chesapeake Bay Middle School and Chesapeake High School, but in our county. There is no place in our school system for this hatred. We as a county need to stand together against the hate and stand together for kindness.
As Dr. Arlotto has mentioned in his Capital Gazette guest column, a community meeting will be held to address issues of inclusion and acceptance. I do want to make one thing clear. As stated by Dr. Arlotto, our schools have children in their care for approximately 19% of the week. We can do a lot in that time. What we can't do, however, is overcome what happens during the other 81% of the week. The elimination of discrimination in our buildings will not end if we do not have support of those at home. Parents, you must also do something if you wish to see a change. Election Day has recently passed, and with it came increased voter turnout. Seeing the youth out voting was exciting, and I want to congratulate all of our first-time voters. It's hard for me to believe, but Q2 is already underway. I can't wait to see all the amazing things our students achieve, and I appreciate the time to give you a quick update about what's happening in Crask. Thank you.
Thank you, Savannah. That's great. Item 2.07 is the PTA report? No report. And no report. Okay. Item 2.08 is school and community highlights. Ms. Urea.
So last Friday, I had the wonderful opportunity to go to Crofton Middle School and participate and be a guest at the Veterans Day ceremony that they had. It was my first time ever going to not only that middle school, but that event. And it was wonderful. Just we got to see the colors presented. I got to see how just like walking into that room, I'm pretty sure it was the gym. Miss Jackson was there and a couple other people. Just the middle schoolers like lit up when they saw all the veterans come in. There were 2 World War II veterans, which were really amazing to get to meet, and it was an honor. It was great. And as Savannah just said, yesterday Crask had their first military General Assembly, actually. And we have been working with Miss Giovanni from NSA Annapolis for quite some time, and yesterday was very monumental for Crask because not only was that for our first General Assembly like that, but it's something that we really hope to continue, and kind of General Assemblies like that, making sure that students not only get to expose different students in the county, but yesterday military students got to interact with students that have no connection to the military and don't even know really what it's like moving around. So it was really eye-opening, and we got great feedback from it. And then one other thing is, with the help of Diana and Molly, I have started this Mob Advisory Council, which is really a great opportunity, and our first meeting is December 14th, so I'm really excited to see what that's like. So yeah, that's just some updates. I know it's a lot. Thank you.
One of the things that that we do well in this county is giving opportunities for parents to be involved and learn and ask questions and things. And so just in the past week, I was able to participate in some of our community outreach events. Our Special Ed Advisory Council had a meeting last week. There was a chat with the head of special education, just talking about the goals of special education, questions. There was a great crowd there at 3 hours that she spoke with us, and it was just a wonderful opportunity. I know a lot about special education from my background, and I learned a ton then. So that was a wonderful opportunity that was open to all of our parents, but especially geared toward our parents with children with special needs. And then Saturday, we held our annual Parent Involvement Council. Hundreds of parents were there. It was an amazing day. Workshops that were available for parents to increase how they can support their children and how we can have that. And it was so exciting to see so many parents who made that a priority for the day to work with the school system of how can we better support our kids. And so what a wonderful way to start the day, to see hundreds of incredibly diverse families, grandparents, all kinds of people who were there wanting to be better partners with the school system and wanting to be stronger parents and supporting their kids. And then just on the local level, I attended a chat with the principal at one of my children's high schools on Friday, which is a great opportunity just to ask questions about what's going on in the school and find out what things that are going on. And I so appreciate that as a parent, to get that small group interaction back and forth. So I encourage everyone who's out there to keep an eye on, Bob does a good job of sending out messages to us and telling us of things that are going on, and there's so many great opportunities out there for all of us as parents to learn more about the school system and ask questions and find out what's going on and what supports are available for everyone. So, and now Dr. Arlotto, Superintendent's update.
I have one update, but because I see Ms. Wilkerson here in the audience, I'm going to ask her to come forward because I don't want to steal her thunder. I was going to share some really exciting news. Ms. Wilkerson, if you'd come forward. She is the president of SAAC, which is the Secretary and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County, and they have some exciting news that I was going to share, but since you're here, I'm going to let you have the microphone. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. As Dr. Arlotto said, I am Helen Wilkerson, the president of the Secretary's Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County. As you may or may not be aware, today is, or this week, is the American Education Week, and today is National ESP Day, a day to recognize thousands of ESPs nationwide and the difference we make in the lives of students in and out of our classrooms. Here at Anne Arundel County Public Schools, we mark the occasion with the first SAAC's annual ESP of the Year award, and it was presented to our very own permanent sub teacher assistant David Pickens of MacArthur Middle School. David Pickens is the kind of educator. Thank you. David Pickens is the kind of educator every parent wants for their child and every school employee wants as a colleague. And just like hundreds of his fellow ESPs, Coach, as we call him, is an equal and essential part of the team responsible for nurturing the next generation of thinkers and leaders. Coach Pickens wasn't the only winner today. Hundreds of others also had a reason to cheer. SAAC's first ever ESP of the Year award coincides with the launch of the association's renewed commitment to bridge the gap between ESPs and the community. SAAC will kick off the effort of adopting MacArthur Middle School for the next year, supplying, sponsoring, and supporting activities and resources that supports the physical, mental, emotional, and social health of students and their families. With the launch of our outreach and engagement program, SAAC will work with businesses, nonprofit, and public figures to address these issues inside and out of the school. We thank you, Dr. Arlotto, for working with us and allowing us to have this prestigious award that we presented. And that's what we did today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 2.10 is we have a presentation on the 2019-2020 middle school schedule.
Good evening, President Hummer, Vice President Gilliland, Dr. Arlotto, and all board members. My name is Christopher Morenzi. I'm principal at Crofton Middle School.
And I'm George Lindley. I'm principal of Arundel Middle School. Our goal this evening is to share with you some of the changes that will occur in the middle school schedule model, and that will go into effect next year. After our brief presentation, we'll give you an opportunity to ask questions. We'll be happy to entertain any questions that you might have. One of the key things to know about this change is that we will be keeping the middle school schedule largely as it exists. Some of the key features of that model is that it is comprised of a 6-period day, 4 of which are the 4 core classes: language, arts, math, social studies, and science. And then we have 2 elective, 2 encore classes, and those are 2 periods from which students may choose from a variety of electives. Middle school teachers are provided 2 planning periods, one of which is reserved for collaborative planning and professional development, the second of which allows them to have personal planning and grading and other ancillary tasks. The new model will focus mostly on the encore schedule rotation, the daily rotation. Those changes include the elimination of what we refer to as the sixth grade wheel, and that is 4-course, 9-week rotation that sixth graders take during the year. That will be eliminated, and as well as the ABC rotation schedule, which will be replaced by an every other day rotation, or we refer to it as AB day rotation. Under the ABC day rotation, there would be occasional weeks where a child would only have physical education once a week. So in that particular week. And in order to maintain as many exploratory options as possible, what we've done is we have some courses which will run only for one semester, and then other courses will run the entire year.
This slide gives you a visual representation of how the Encore offerings may look. As you can see, there are 4 Encore slots with 2 Encore periods and an A day and a B day. Each slot can be filled with either a year-long course or a single semester course. The chart in front of you shows the comparison of the number of Encores our current model offers versus the proposed model. Currently in 6th grade, we have 2 models working in our middle schools. They allow students to take 6 to 7 Encores in total, but students may be taking as many as 6 Encores at any given semester. With the proposed model, 6th graders may take up to 7 Encores, but will only have 4 at any given time. For 7th grade, the benefits are even more substantial. 7th graders move from having only 5 options for Encores to having as many as 7, again, with no more than 4 during a given semester. 8th grade is a little more complex. The number of Encores is and will be dependent on whether or not a student is taking a foreign language. With the proposed model, 8th graders will generally have as many or more choices, but like the 6th and 7th graders, fewer at any given time.
So with the new model, the world languages will offer a variety of pathways for our early adolescents. It will closely mirror the model that some of our magnet schools are currently running, but a child may elect to take a language later. They could take it as early as in 6th grade, with the potential of leaving middle school with 2 high school credits. The 6th grade World Language Connections course will be eliminated in lieu of this new model. A student will have options as to when he or she can begin a world language in this model, depending on his or her readiness level and interest. A student can begin as early as 6th grade or wait until 8th grade to take a world language in middle school. Now, for students entering middle school who are currently reading below grade level, they will be enrolled in a daily intervention program. This is a strong recommendation from the Reading Language Arts Office, as all of the programs that we utilize for reading interventions are designed to run every day. We currently offer these courses every other day, and in some cases 2 out of every 3 days in that ABC day rotation. It is our expectation that the students enrolled in daily reading interventions will progress quickly and then can exit the program sooner, certainly by the time they leave middle school.
The movement from the ABC rotation to an AB rotation does require curricular revisions. Currently, a year-long course meets every 3rd day. As a consequence, several courses of the new model will move to meeting 90 days per year instead of 60 days. These are courses that are projected to remain as year-long courses. They include phys ed, AVID, and the performing arts courses. I know our curriculum specialists are very excited about curriculum specialists in these areas are thrilled with the idea of having extended time in each of these areas. Also, as a consequence, certain courses, those that will become single semester courses, will move to meet only 45 days. These courses cross all Encore curriculums. There's been discussions about eliminating some of these courses as we went into this new model, But our final recommendation was to continue to allow all of these courses to exist through our transition into the proposed model. As the progression of the new model takes hold, some of these courses may find themselves a little bit obsolete. Finally, another curriculum concern is the issue of the elimination of facts as a required course. It is in our facts classes that the financial literacy standards, the 6 standards that we're required to present to students, it's through facts that occurs. So since facts will no longer be a required course to take throughout the middle school year, it'll be an optional course, these financial literacy standards will be rolled into the core curriculum courses. So as I said previously, curriculum and instruction is currently working on these changes and have shown a lot of enthusiasm about these changes. So benefits. We believe that there's several benefits of this new model. As previously stated, students are likely to have fewer encore classes at any given time. It's also going to have an increased instructional time in the performing arts class, and this will presumably lead to more practice time before performances. Both of these facts translate to less stress for our students. Currently, our students are required to take a fine arts class and a PE class each year, a world language class in 6th grade and 7th grade, and a facts class somewhere during their middle school years. While the fine arts and the phys ed requirements still exist, with the additional single semester courses and the changes in the world language path, students and the movement of the financial literacy into the core curriculums, students have more opportunities for classes of their choice.
This adjustment also helps with rigor. Students will be able to begin at a level of their readiness level and then progress quickly. The increased time for reading interventions will raise the number of students entering high school reading on grade level. The new model also provides more time for physical education. This is supported by research that our early adolescents need physical activity. Research suggests that increased activity promotes better mental health, increased appetite, improved sleep habits, in addition to higher academic performance. The flexible world language model offers high-performing students the opportunity to achieve 2 high school credits before leaving middle school, or begin at a time when they are ready and interested. The fidelity piece talks about the benefits that spread to both our adults and our children, our students. Both get to focus a little more on their current course load because their course load is lighter. Teachers reduce their caseload from 12 classes to 8 classes at any given marking period. And this also reduces the number of students and assignments that require their attention. Under our current model, we have a number of encore teachers also who are teaching outside their certification fields due to odd-numbered sections or to try to round out a teacher's schedule. This new model will likely reduce this occurrence. A particularly attractive piece of this adjustment aligns the comprehensive middle school schedule with our high school and magnet school schedules. This will permit us to share staff with all secondary schools in and across our system if and when needed. Currently, our schedules do not permit this kind of sharing, or it's very difficult to do so. In addition to this benefit, there's the aligning of the world language progression across all middle schools. In cases where a child may need to move from one school to another within our county, he or she will be able to do so with a smoother transition without the need of interventions or distance learning supports.
And that's the conclusion of our presentation. If there's time, we're willing to answer any questions that we can for you.
And of course, Mr. Reinhardt is first.
Streak is alive. It's good to see you again, Mr. Lindley. I was hoping to see you with the beard. It's No Shave November.
I know.
Oh, all right.
I'll get on that.
It won't take long. So, is there still a math remediation program being offered through the Encore time?
So those, we do offer things like box score and stock market, things of that nature. There is a performance in math, I believe that is offered, and students do have that option. I was talking to Nicole Howard just a couple days ago, and apparently they're working on another intervention for math.
Okay. I remember when I was coaching at Lindale that we did have in that rotation a regular math remediation course, because I saw that we wanted the students to take PE every year, we want the students to take a fine art every year, and then I was wondering, how is that going to fit when we have a student taking a reading intervention A and B, and they're taking PE, but they also need a math remediation? How is that going to give them choice?
So it is possible that they can take a reading intervention and phys ed and also a math intervention. The math interventions, unlike the reading interventions, are planned to meet every other day, so they don't occupy as much of their schedule as the reading intervention currently is planned to take up.
But we're still reducing their ability to take courses that they would select and perhaps be a major reason why they come to school each day.
So there are the semester courses that they have, so there will still be opportunities for them to take some of those courses.
Yes, but the truth is that the intervention courses are still offered during the encore periods with this proposed model, and in that way it does occupy part of the selections that they might have taken otherwise.
The thing that I find unconscionable is any of our children leaving middle school not reading or calculating on grade level.
No, I absolutely agree with you, and I'm very excited to see us increase by 50% the number of class meetings for performing arts. I mentioned that in my application for the board, so I'm thrilled to see that that's a reality, and it's close to my heart as well. Also seeing changes in the reduction of workload for our teachers and the number of class sessions that might be meeting. Is that going to affect staffing in middle schools? Are we going to see teachers perhaps cut?
So we believe that this is a staffing neutral model. There's a lot of discussion about whether or not there would be a possibility of an additional staffing in any model that we might create. When we started this process about 2 years ago, we all understood that we could not come up with a suggestion, a proposal that was going to increase the cost of the scheduling model. So it is theoretically a staffing neutral model. Certain content areas are likely to show some increase in staffing in that department, and other departments are likely to show some decreases.
Mr. Rea.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very informative, and I just want to highlight a couple things. I like how it's starting to model like the high school, because I think it's very important for middle schoolers, especially 8th graders, to instead of having that weird 6-day period, like move to what it's like to high school. I also like that you guys still incorporate the financial literacy, even though FACS is being eliminated as a requirement. I think that's very important. My question is, I'm just curious as to why the wheel was taken away, because I know that's very important for 6th graders. Some of them like it because it gets you exposed to all the languages. So moving to 7th and 8th grade, you get to know what French is like, or if I like Mandarin better than French, and it gets you like exposed to all the cultures and in 6th grade. So I'm just wondering why it was eliminated.
So the wheel includes the World Language Connections class, as well as FACS and art and tech ed. The World Language Connections class would benefit some of the children, those who took it first and second marking period. But if you remember that you're selecting courses for next year in January and February, there's half of the students who didn't get the opportunity to even take that course, and they're having to make that selection already. So that really wasn't an effective way to expose the children. Mr. Summers, thank you. Gene is looking for ways to actually provide some of that exposure to kids in elementary school to give them more of a background to choose.
There was a lot of discussion about the wheel. There were advantages of the wheel in the sense that students took the same course every single day for 9 weeks and didn't have a rotation of multiple classes. It was also somewhat advantageous for the teacher because they were not seeing so many different kids on a given school day or school week. But it causes a scheduling nightmare in the master schedule. It puts some real binds on a master schedule and makes that harder for us to staff our buildings equitably. And because of that, staffing was sometimes used, or class sizes were sometimes created to be larger than we would like them to be, because there was no way to staff to create a master schedule that would include the wheel for 6th grade and not have a similar model in 7th and 8th grade.
Mm-hmm. They'll still have the option to select those other courses, tech ed, fax, and art. In fact, they have to take a fine art, so they're still available to them. The only one that's being pulled away is that world language connections case.
Mm-hmm. So you guys are looking to potentially get that exposure in elementary school students before they enter the middle school?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And then the child can actually start taking a world language for high school credit as a 6th grader,
Really?
if they're so inclined.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So as you said, so the reading intervention or the math intervention, those would be considered an encore class, but if they test it out, if they've really made advances, then they would be able to move into another encore.
Yes,
in
ma'am.
the semester.
There are some schools who are running the reading intervention everyday model right now, and they are finding success. The kids are, it's delivered with more fidelity, more regularity, and they are exiting sooner, which then gives them opportunity for the other electives.
And so they're required to take PE every year?
That's
PE
correct.
is an MSDE requirement.
And it's a year long. They have
It will be a year long every other day.
Okay, and then a fine art, but they have choices of the fine arts that they
Correct.
can do, and that's also a year long?
Yes, well, we have performing arts, which are year-long, but then a child could take just an art course, which is a semester-long.
Okay.
And both would satisfy that requirement.
Okay, so would they have to take the fine arts class both semesters? Do they have to take it as a year-long class or just a class
just
for the
one,
year?
just one class per year.
One class per
would
year.
satisfy that.
Okay, and I will echo what Mr. Reinhardt said. As a parent of a child who was in, who was in the band, I'm thrilled that they will now have the opportunity to have those lessons more often and have that. I think that'll make a huge difference in our music program moving forward in the number of kids that stay involved in the class. So I think that's great. Having had multiple children in middle school or still in middle school now, I am thrilled about this program. I'll tell you as a parent, I never figured out the ABC schedule. And I would ask them what they had today, and they would go, Mom, don't you know? I'm like, no. They said it's C Day, and I'm like, that means nothing to me.
I always ask the kids what day it is.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. And while I loved that they had so many choices to choose from, it was a bit of sampling that came through, and especially for our music students or people who need reading intervention, I think that prolonged exposure and more regular thing, it makes a huge difference. So I want to thank y'all for all your work on this, because I think this is a great move forward. And I know, we all know that middle school is a special area, that is a unique world of its own. And so that all of y'all worked so closely to get what's best for this is, hats off for all this work.
Thank you.
Ms. Urea.
Sorry to come back. But so I don't know if you guys said this before, but is it going to plan to hit all middle schoolers 2019 to 2020, or is it just going to start with incoming 6th graders and then move forward?
This would be a program for all middle schoolers. It would be comprehensive in the whole building, not just for 6th graders.
Okay, thank you.
If no other questions from the board, I want to thank the two of you and your committee. If the board was not aware, this is a group that's been under the leadership of Mr. Lindley and Mr. Morenzi for the past 2 years. The committee put themselves together as a result of data. We have not been as successful with our middle schoolers as we would like. It's a trend that is common not just to Anne Arundel County, but across the state and across the country. And so we needed middle school experts, and the two of you are that. You have heard me say this before. I think our system is led from the middle. You and your colleagues have given us more to think about and to do in terms of educating all of our kids. But the middle schoolers are a unique individual, unique group, developmentally. And you all realize that. And so not just the changing of this schedule has come from this group, but we have refocused our efforts on social emotional needs of our students and really focusing on the advisory was rebuilt under your leadership and that of Shirley Jackson Avery to provide some more supports for our students at the middle level. And you've really refocused our efforts on math because the data said we needed to be there. And most importantly, that our instructional methodology hit home for students at this developmental level. And so I thank you and the team. I thank your committee. And you guys aren't done. But there's a lot more work to do. But we thank you. I thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto.
Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. We will now move on to public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. A tone will sound when time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking, and handouts should be given to the board assistant. And I will call up in groups of 5. Rachel Heisner, Mike Wierzbicki, am I saying that right? Mark Nagel, Uju Leaf, and Jennifer Mermond. Ms. Heisner, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Heisner, and I'm a 10th grade IB student at Annapolis High School. I am both a student athlete and a student participating in several AP classes. Like other student athletes, I find it is a challenge to fit required classes into my schedule, as well as classes that best prepare me for college. My goal is to eliminate this challenge for not only me, but also my peers who face the same struggles. By participating in my sport, field hockey, I already receive physical activity from my school sport. My coach also reviews healthy eating and exercising habits with my teammates and I. I hope to make one season of the Anne Arundel County school-funded sport count as 1/2 of a PE credit, giving students the chance to take more high-level classes, making them more prepared and appealing to colleges, while remaining physically fit and stress-free. Over the summer, I created a petition using change.org to help gain supporters for this cause. I received about 250 signatures from students and parents all around the county. This shows the community's interest in change for our educational system. Some school systems have implemented this policy as promoted by their students and found positive results. An Ohio University study shows that most students' stress is caused by academics and that team sports and exercise are a significant outlet for this stress. In my opinion, most of my stress and my peers stems from the need to gain 1.5 physical education credits from the mandated course. While this may not seem onerous, student athletes participate in at least 10 hours of physical activity a week during their season. Also, most student athletes learn nutritional and physical wellness from their coaches, which is a part of the PE curriculum. This poses the question, should students be required to take a course in which the content is already covered in their extracurricular activity? I say no. Students should have the freedom to opt out of a course in which they are already fulfilling the physical education requirements and standards on the field, track, court, or pool. By eliminating the need of taking a PE class, students would have the opportunity to either take more academically challenging or elective courses, making them more attractive to colleges or employers. I urge you to support our student athletes in allowing their sports to count as a physical education credit. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, thank you for bringing a creative solution to your problem to the board's attention. Just so that I understand your proposal completely, are you suggesting that by participating in the sport for the season, that you're merely meeting half of the PE requirement, or are you suggesting that you're actually meeting a credit requirement so that you would have fewer credits to complete during the school day?
Yeah, so by participating in one season of a school sport, you would receive like half of a gym credit, which you would get in one semester of taking the PE class. That way students wouldn't have to spend more time and like take a room out of their schedule to participate in a PE class, which they already would technically like receive the education from their school sport. So yeah, it would be in place of your PE class, so you wouldn't have to participate in one.
Yes.
Yeah. So Rachel, thank you. For your information, the state superintendent many moons ago put together a state work group of which Mr. Gill and I had the pleasure of serving on for many months and many meetings to focus on high school graduation requirements. Mm-hmm. And the group focused on diplomas, on assessments, and then the courses you need to graduate. Recommendations have been made and a presentation was made to the State Board of Education. I honestly don't know where those recommendations stand. The State Board didn't make a decision one way or the other, but I can tell you that during those task force meetings and the subcommittee on courses, this was something that they sort of bantied about. Mm-hmm. It is by this board and this superintendent, by law, I can't substitute your PE credit mm-hmm. for you participating in sports. A number of private schools do that, mm-hmm. but in the public sector here in Maryland, it's a state requirement that you have a year of PE. So even to substitute a half a credit, we can't do that without the State Board of Education blessing it, saying we can mm-hmm. do that. So that was a discussion among the task force. I don't know if any of those recommendations are going to move forward. I know the final recommendation from that group was to leave the PE credit as it is, but to put together another task force to talk about this very issue to see if there was a way to get student athletes a substitution for their PE and or health credit. Am I speaking correctly? Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that this is a conversation. You're very timely. This has been going on since February. The state group has been meeting, and part of this, what you bring to the table is something that's been discussed at a statewide level. But so thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gillen.
And thank you, Dr. Arlotto, for highlighting that. We have your information here, and what I was going to ask is if it's okay with your permission, mm-hmm. I would email you that draft report. There are really three, it's sort of a triangle, if you will. One is where the state superintendent can implement changes on behalf of MSDE, where the State Board of Ed needs to actually vote and implement those changes. And then there's even components that will have to go to the Maryland General Assembly starting in January. So they're working through all three of those, as Dr. Arlotto said. But with regard to that upcoming task force, if you would be willing, and certainly I know your schedule can be a challenge, I would be more than happy to submit your name to the state superintendent to see mm-hmm. if you could get on that task force, because I think your voice would be very helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Korbelak.
Yeah, I was just going to encourage you. The state board has board meetings like we do, and you're allowed to go and speak, and also to speak with your own delegate or senator from your area and talk to them about changing the law as well.
Ms. Urea.
Thank you so much for coming up here as a student and voicing your opinion and actually bringing a solution. I think that's great and wonderful. You were very articulate. I understood you perfectly. I would also encourage you, of course, to join CRASC. I'm serious. We need more students like you involved, and I'm sure they have lots of connections. They would be more than happy to help you with the state superintendent, go in front of the Maryland General Assembly with your idea and anything. So either see me after or just look it up. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next.
I have some graphics to distribute.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Mike Wiersbicki, and I'm a 15-year veteran of North County High School. I'm here to speak with you again about the inequitable hiring and compensation practices at Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I would like to draw your attention to the distributed data graphic. I am in blue as a loyal veteran on step 8 in this chart. This is odd because I always thought a step level equated to the completion of a successful number of years of service, and I have completed 15, all of which were in one school. In red, right next to my blue, you will find the new out-of-county hire brought in with 15 years of credited experience, 5 of which evidently can be credited for things outside of teaching. This out-of-county new hire is on step 15 and making $9,486 more than me each year. I've already lost out on an estimated and expected $70,000 over the past 10 years due to frozen steps, and this out-of-county new hire in red will gross well over $90,000 more than me over the following 10 years. I don't even want to think about what any portion of that cumulative discrepancy would look like in a 403B. In 10 years, this same out-of-county new hire in red will be maxing out on step 25, while in 15 years, I will only be at step 23. This means that at retirement age, this new hire in red will be ready to make $3,000 a year more than this loyal AACPS veteran for the rest of his life in retirement. Right now, we are baiting long-standing, loyal, valuable, and highly invested employees on the front lines of addressing the achievement gap in education in your most challenged schools to leave through the promise of astronomically higher pay in surrounding counties while simultaneously demeaning them with grossly inequitable and outright humiliating compensation practices. I wonder what impact you think this policy has had and will continue to have on teacher morale, the quality of student experience, school climate, student achievement, efforts to close the achievement gap, and the bold new vision to create equity in a challenged school like mine, where it has already become a revolving door for teachers. I come to ask because I have looked far and wide and cannot find a single statement from any member of the board to the public or teachers about the effects of these disastrous and most inequitable compensation policies. All means all, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiersbicki. Mr. Nagel.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Mark Nagel. I am in my 5th year teaching here in the county. For 25 years previously, I was an executive in financial services. For the last 12 of those years, I was the chief operations officer for a global financial services firm with 3,500 employees operating in 13 countries around the world. This issue of salary inequity, particularly dating from the economic crisis of 2008-2009, was an issue we had to deal with in the private sector, just like you do. And we asked employees to sacrifice. We asked them to, we froze compensation for several years, and asked them to trust us. In 2012, 2013, it became clear to us that the market had changed, that especially the job market had become unfrozen. People were starting to leave. We could see, because our employees were leaving us for higher salaries, and we could also see that in replacing them, we were having to deal with compensation levels that were higher than we were currently paying our own loyal employees. So we had to, as an executive team, make decisions about how we were going to address that. And in our decision process, we looked at what was in the best interest of our business, what was in the best interest of our constituents, what was in the best interest of our customers, and we made decisions that we had to address this salary gap. And none of these decisions were easy to make. Every business is resource constrained. There are more things we want to do, that we need to do, than we can afford to do. But you had to deal with the issue head on. We had to address with our employees, because these employees, these long tenured, loyal employees, were the ones that were delivering the service to the customers. And it was not easy. And we had to take a very difficult dive into the financials of our business. In some cases, I had to go to my business partners and ask them to give me money. I had to go look at projects that we needed to do, that we wanted to do, and I had to defer those and extend them. But we felt like that was what we had to do in order to protect our business. And along the way, we communicated with our employees. We told them what we were going to do. And we didn't tell them that we were going to bring them to exactly the level, but we told them we had a plan, that over the next 2 to 3 years, we were going to set them on a path to make salaries more equitable. And we did that. We didn't bury our head in the sand and hope that the issue would go away. We made the difficult decisions.
Mr. Nagel. Ms. Korbelak.
Just a quick question. Were you in a bargaining unit environment? Were your employees unionized?
I was not.
So you were free to make compensation decisions yourself?
I was, yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Leaf.
Okay. I just want to hand this on. Good evening, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board. My name is Uju Inyaga. I teach chemistry at Anne Arundel Community College. And I'm here in support of the teachers tonight. So the motto of Anne Arundel Community College, Anne Arundel County Public Schools is elevating all students and eliminating all gaps. And this is a statement of the district's commitment to excellence and equity in all aspects, including its interaction with students, teachers, parents, and all other stakeholders. I'm here representing Page. Excuse me. So I'm here representing Page. It's a nonprofit organization. Page stands for the Partnership to Address the Achievement Gap in Education. And Page was founded on the belief that it is possible for stakeholders within the community to work together in new ways to address the achievement gap. Page has begun by partnering with innovative and passionate teachers at North County High School, teachers who think well outside of the educational box, teachers who are willing to also try new things with the community in the interest of closing the achievement gap. Teachers who strive to keep some of the system's most vulnerable students engaged with the system long enough to obtain, hopefully at a minimum, their high school diplomas. The strategic plan at AACPS, the strategic plan that AACPS recently adopted calls for AACPS to become a place where all feel welcome, valued, and supported as we all learn and work together toward achieving student success. It's striking to me, that under this strategic plan, a highly inequitable teacher compensation system has been allowed to develop. I'm going to skip part of my letter in the interest of time. The part I'm skipping addresses how the inequity developed, which both Mike and Mark have addressed. So if this inequity, however, is allowed to continue, it's not surprising that the morale is low amongst teachers, or that resentments can develop. And these resentments will contribute to faculty burnout and turnover, right? So by not acknowledging and addressing this inequity, inequity, the board and administration it appears that you devalue and you punish these teachers, the most loyal teachers who stuck with the district through bad times. It appears that, this inequity, it's targeting our most vulnerable students. It's exposing them to higher rate of teacher burnout and turnover. And it also, it violates the AACPS foundational principle of equity. It's an inequitable way of payment. So I see the orange light has gone on. I'm going to skip a couple more chapters. Okay, Paige is requesting that this be rectified. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Butcher.
Yeah, so just sort of from the last three speakers, here's what I want to make sure I understand, because one of the things you said was that it appears that the board does not value the teachers. Where is that coming from if we have, my understanding is you guys are the teachers are part of a union that negotiates with the schools, correct? Right?
Who are you? I don't know who you're talking to.
All three, specifically you, sir, because you're a teacher at North County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my question, I'm trying to understand, where's your union rep? Are you asking, I mean, what is it that you're asking? Are you asking us to not work with the union rep?
No, I'm asking you if you have made any statement. Well, actually, do you want me to read the specific question that I asked? Or I said, I come to ask because I've looked far and wide and cannot find a single statement from any of the board to the public or to teachers. And really, the public that I talk to has no
So my
idea.
question, no, hold on, here's my question. Have you spoke with your union rep?
Multiple times.
Okay. So isn't your union rep the one that's responsible for representing the teachers with the negotiations with the board?
Yes.
And has not the board and the union agreed on various increases over the years that has not been funded by the county? That's my question.
Obviously.
So, unlike the business, a private business that's able to raise money, what is it that you specifically want if we don't have the funds?
I asked the question. I mean, can I ask it again? I come to ask because I've looked far and wide and cannot find a single statement from any member of the board to the public or teachers about the effects of these disastrous and most inequitable compensation policies. Thank you. That's what I come to ask. I haven't heard anything. I'm asking. What else can I say?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you. So one of the reasons that we have closed session is to discuss the negotiations with the various bargaining units. So we are not permitted to discuss in public because of it's a contract negotiation. We can't discuss the specifics with that negotiation. So even now, I would love to tell you what we say back there and what we would like to do and what the union has said back to us through those negotiating teams, but I can't say that here. Now I can speak as me and what I would like, but I can't speak for the board because that would be breaking the confidentiality of a contract negotiation.
So in the meantime, the students suffer. In the meantime, the students suffer because nobody will come forward and talk about what's going on here. I mean, I don't.
That's good. For the last 2 years ago, for the FY 2018 budget, this board very publicly voted for a makeup step for teachers who were employed here in 2008. It passed 8-1. So when you say you haven't found statements, that was very clearly debated and voted on by this board. It went to the county executive and the county council, and they did not fund it. But this board asked, we put it out there as a priority. That was, this past year, we put forth to have a step and a COLA that came back from the county council and the county executive for the funding was there for a step and a mid-year step. In negotiations, TAC moved to make that into a mid-year step and a COLA. There could have been a make-up step with there. In negotiations, that was not done. This board provided the funds and put the funds forth for there. We are not in control over everything that happens or where the funding comes from, but to say that we have not put out there to do increases for teachers and we have not been public about that is simply not true. Ms. Korbelak.
Yeah, I just wanted to encourage you to go back and watch our budget request meetings that are public because we share very publicly what we're trying to do for our teachers' compensation. So that happens when we're working on the operating budget. Dr. Arlotto will present it, and then we'll have our budget hearings. We'll speak there, and then we speak again when we get ready to ask the county executive for the amount of money that we want.
Would the board be willing to consider enough of a step change to close the gap?
We've already requested that in the
Again,
past.
we can't, I'm going to encourage the board, and I know Mr. Reinhardt just said it, we're in current contract negotiations, open book, which means we cannot discuss things individually regarding the contract with employees. So we're not going to have this conversation. We cannot. We can discuss it with our union representation. That's a law. So I just want to make sure. So to say, are you willing? The board hears, right? But we're not going to have this conversation at this table because it's illegal.
After I read my statement, can I ask a question since I didn't get to be a part of what they just got to be?
It's part of your 3 minutes.
Okay,
If you ask
I'll
a
do my
question.
best. All right, my name is Jennifer Mermod. I would say good evening, but it's past my bedtime. Good night. I'm currently teaching my 15th year at North County High School. I'm on salary step 7. This past year, we lost 2 teachers from my department to a neighboring county. They are both making $10,000 to $15,000 more a year than I am as a loyal Anne Arundel County employee. I have at least 15 more years of my teaching career. I could put my 2 kids through college simply by not being loyal to Anne Arundel County Public Schools. When I explain this to my friends who are not in education, they often ask, why don't you leave? The answer to this question is really why I'm speaking here tonight, because much like a battered spouse, I stay for the children, and that is what you on the Board of Education count on, and that is why you are being unequitable in your compensation. A new hire who has not been loyal to Anne Arundel County Public Schools and has fewer years experience is compensated over $9,000 more a year than me. Oh, but I stay, and you get away with the abuse. A new hire who has fewer qualifications than I do, I have my master's plus 30 additional graduate level credits, gets compensated more than I do. But I stay like a battered spouse for the children. And you, members of the Board of Education, can do something about this. I'm tired of hearing that you'd like to pay me what I deserve, but obviously the money is there because you're choosing to give the salary I have earned to new hires. If you can pay them what I am worth when they have fewer years experience and fewer qualifications, you could be paying me. But you are choosing to be unequitable in compensation at the expense of teachers who are loyal to Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Instead of rhetoric from the board about equity and being kind, do something. Restore our missteps. I graduated from Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I have been teaching in Anne Arundel County Public Schools for 15 years. I have 2 elementary-age children attending Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I am invested in you. It's time you invest in me. All means all, and we deserve equity in our compensation. And that's the part that I don't think was touched on in your response, was the fact that I wouldn't be here if everyone with my level of experience got paid the same as me, even though I wish I made more money. We're here because we're seeing people that have fewer years experience and fewer credentials get hired now and get paid more. It's the equity piece that hurts, not simply the number, because if everyone that had my experience was getting my salary, I would be at home with my kids right now.
And Mr. Reinhardt, just a minute, but let me stress again that part of it is also part of the negotiated agreement that is negotiated. That's not something the board can unilaterally change about what new hires are paid or anything. That is part of the contract. And that is, so it's not something the board can just say we're going to change that. That's the law, that's the contract. Again, that is something that has to be negotiated with the unions that come about. Mr. Reinhardt.
I feel like we need to be careful when we say new hire, because I have a list that we'll be voting on, hopefully in a few minutes, of new hires that are all coming in at step 1. So I think we need to be careful. When you're saying new hire, what I hear is someone who's new to our district who has previous experience.
And
right.
I have that experience too.
Right, and when I transferred from my previous district to this county, I was stripped 3 steps, and I knew that coming in. I knew that coming in because I read the contract before I came in. When I came to this district, I lost $15,000 a year. So cumulatively, how much did I lose? I don't think about it. But I did come here because it was in my community and it was important to me. I know you don't want to hear that, because I was standing out by the flagpole with all of you several years ago in the cold when we were fighting for our $2,000 for being a challenger school. So I remember that, and I was right there with you. But we do need to be careful about who we're classifying as new hires. That brings me to our question to HR. Do we have a sense of of what percent of our total new hires to the district are coming from a position of previous experience, that is, bringing existing steps with them. I mean, even a ballpark, 10%, 20%. Yeah.
We absolutely, we have that data, and we have shared in Ms. Cutchess's State of the Schools, as we are opening the school system in August. She shared that data, but we can give you, we'll get the board the updated data, the number that have been hired total, and then the breakout between first-time teachers, first year in teaching, and those that are coming from other jurisdictions with experience. Is that what you're asking?
It is.
We
because
absolutely have that data.
Yeah, because I'd like to address that question of fairness, because we also want to attract our best and brightest from the state to our district. And so when we're talking about fairness to them, I know I had to make the choice to get those 3 steps stripped, because at the time the contract said 3, now it says 1. But I had to make that active choice, but I was aware of that. But yeah, I certainly felt done to transferring in. And I know that we are also losing the fight of getting teachers and filling positions in this district because we are stripping steps from the outside. I understand both sides of the argument, but I would like to understand those numbers a little bit better so we can put a dollar value to it. So because I hear 2 sides here. The one is, well, everybody who comes in should be stripped to the number of steps equal to the number of years on some sort of chart, because we have folks with this many number and this many number, but they all fall on the same step. Because I know a few years ago we had a big salary scale transition that was negotiated with TAC that it no longer aligned to step equals years experience. And there were, if you were at this step, you might have been rounded up, or you may have stayed where you were. There was some sort of, it felt like a Rube Goldberg machine to find out where everybody was. Worth more. Okay. Yeah. And
what kind of machine?
Rube Goldberg. Yep. So you put in the things. Anyway, so I just know I came into the district in 2012, and every year that I was working in AACPS, my paycheck went up. So when we talk about lost steps, it's true that maybe steps were lost, but my income always went up. And it may not have been called a step, but I kept getting more money. So,
Equity.
So I'm just confused.
It's kind of Ms. Korbelak.
We'll get you the data. Shall I nail it to your
No, my question for you is, did you come here from another district with years
No,
of
all
experience?
15 years have been at North County. And what I heard Mr. Reinhardt just say is that if you were attracting a teacher, that you wanted to attract good teachers, which we as veteran teachers obviously appreciate, that has 15 years of experience, the contract docks them 1 year. Right. So they come in at 14, and I am still at 8. That's the part that we are addressing as equity.
So you are at 8. You've been here your whole career.
Correct.
You're at 8 because of choices that were made over the years to deliver a COLA instead of a step. Correct.
And to freeze, and you just mentioned the year that the steps were realigned, and at that point some people were moved up some steps, but the steps were smaller, and that's what you're discussing. People at my year, which is the same as some of our other speakers, were too low to be moved. So like we stayed at step 4 or 5 when other people did move up. So a friend who is a colleague that was also here through the freeze is 5 behind, and I'm 8 behind, and it's that kind of change that now.
Right. I understand what you're. I understand what you're saying, but my point is, during contract negotiations, when compensation is delivered from the county to our accounts here, because we don't make money here, when we get money to distribute for compensation, there's a choice, and the choice is made during contract negotiations. Is it going to be a COLA or is it going to be a step? And so there were years, like Mr. Reinhardt saying, you were given a COLA instead of a step because of things that happened between your bargaining unit and our bargaining representatives. So if you're not happy that you didn't get a step every single year you were here because the choice was made to turn it into a COLA, that is what we keep saying. You need to communicate that with your bargaining unit representatives, because they're your voice during this negotiation. It's going to happen again in the spring. If the county gives us a pot of money, is it going to be a COLA or is it going to be a step? That's all we're saying.
Okay, and I just
so to say that we don't want to compensate teachers is not fair. because the compensation's been there. The form of whether it's a COLA or a step is a discussion between the bargaining units.
I appreciate that. I feel like we're having Abbott and Costello because you're saying steps and I'm saying equity across people who have the same experience.
But the reason you're not on the same step as somebody coming in is because in some years, instead of you getting a step, you got a COLA. And that was a decision that was made between your bargaining unit
But
and
my
our
salary on step 7 and
negotiations.
someone else's salary on step 15 is vastly different, even if we have the same qualifications.
Because you got a COLA instead of a step. That was a decision that was made during negotiations.
So I'm going to call the next group up now. Sebastian Serrano, Jody Raymer.
She had the baby.
Okay. Mike O'Donnell, Brad Bittinger, and Holly Kleiderline.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sebastian Serrano. I'm a physics teacher at Annapolis High School. This is my 5th year in the county. I did have some prepared remarks, but I think given the conversation, please cut me off if I delve into something that's illegal to discuss. I would like to bring my side of the story to the table. As far as income going up every year, that's not true for me. And it's in the database of our salary. So the challenge stipend went away, the retention bonus went away, the 9 extra paid days for Annapolis High School went away, and it was about a $5,000 loss. And it took about 3 years of COLAs and step increases to bring that back. So that's not frozen pay, it's not pay that wasn't increased enough. Money that went into my pocket stopped going into my pocket. Now, who's my voice? There's a bargaining unit. Well, with all due respect, I don't really have a choice with who my bargaining unit is. It's a monopoly. It's a law that I don't have the right to change on my own. It is not something that I ratified. All I can do is choose to pay them dues or not, and then choose to engage with them or not. Now, year 5, I think I gave them enough chances to try to defend us. A lot of people at Annapolis High School do not feel that that happened. I can't speak for everyone. I can speak for a few of us. I can speak for some of the other folks who perhaps feel the same way at North County and some of the other schools. Where am I ultimately going with this? What do I want? Why am I here? Because if I read this, you're going to hear a different version of similar points. It's not worth it. What I want is a chance to have a voice to state a few ideas. I'm looking at things like now that we have the Fix the Fund that passed by Maryland voters. Our taxpaying citizens want this to happen. They want more money going our way. So I think we should have more teachers than just a select group of people at a bargaining table that I have no influence over, by the way. I don't get to choose who my negotiating team is. I have absolutely no choice in that matter. So what I would rather have is maybe an opportunity where you come out to the schools, or one of your representatives comes out to the schools and has more of these types of forums, school by school. What does it mean for an Annapolis High School teacher to have equity? What does it mean for a MacArthur middle school teacher to have equity? Because if you only get a select group of people at a bargaining table, you get a very watered down version of that, and I can tell you right now that I don't agree with it. And with all due respect to them, because I think there's some decent people there. I really do. But their voice is a collective voice for a group of teachers who work with 85,000 students. This is huge. It's very hard to get the narrow specifications. So what I'm asking is that we have more of these dialogues, kind of even more localized than this. I don't know if this helps at all, but that's how I see things maybe being a little better going forward.
Mr. Butcher.
Actually, that was one of the things that I was going to ask Madam President. Nobody on this board, at the current makeup of this board right now, I mean, this is my last meeting, so I'm not going to have any part in any of the negotiations moving forward. Separate from anything that's being illegal, I would ask if there's a suggestion that with the bargaining unit rep, as well as the board, if we conduct some forums at some of the different schools just to have a listening session. I think it's important for the incoming board members, as well as the bargaining reps, to make sure that they're hearing from the teachers.
Thank you.
That is.
So I like that. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I like the idea too. That is something we'll have to talk with our negotiating partners and find out what we can do and what we can't. But I always appreciate the teacher voice, and I appreciate Mr. Serrano. You've been coming for years, and I always appreciate your voice because you're always very thoughtful and well reasoned, and I don't disagree with the things you're saying. So, Mr. Rea.
As a board member that's going to be staying, I definitely agree with what Mr. Butcher just said. I definitely think that we should go into the community and actually go out and speak with people. So, yeah, I hope we look forward into that.
Is it okay if I stay in? All right. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Michael O'Donnell. I've been teaching in Anne Arundel County for 15 years. I'm on step 7. I've been at North County High School for the last 10 years. I'm part of the music and STEM faculty. I am also the advisor for the fishing and recycling clubs. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here because I want to tell you that between the two of us, my wife and I work 5 jobs. I drive 100 miles round trip to North County every day. Most days I'm at school well beyond the time that I'm required to be there. My wife is up past midnight every night grading papers. Because of our work schedules, we're lucky if we can sit down and have dinner with our 3 daughters once per week. A weekend outing with all 5 of us never happens. Far too often, we are 2 ships that pass in the night. Twice this week, my wife has told me that if she doesn't get a break, she's going to have a nervous breakdown. Twice, and it's only Wednesday. 5 jobs, sleep deprived, and no end in sight. I have a few questions. You don't have to respond, but I do ask that you think about what I'm saying. How long do teachers have to wait to be paid for what we were promised when we started working in Anne Arundel County? Why do we have to settle for a small cost of living increase while at the same time be forced to pay higher rates for health care? The perfect recipe for a paycheck that actually amounts to less. That was a pretty empty feeling. Why do I have to pay a surcharge to have my wife on my health plan? Talk about adding insult to injury. Really? I can have 10 kids and pay a family rate, but I have to pay an extra fee to have my wife on the plan. Of course, she could get her own health care through her own employer, but that's even more expensive. I've hung on this a long time because I've always believed that someone would come along and fix this. I believe this because it seems like the right thing. I believed it because I've thought that someone was looking out for teachers. Most of all, I've hung in because I believe that I make a difference in the lives of the students I teach. However, this belief is quickly fading. How long will teachers and their families have to endure? How long will we have to continue to work this hard and settle for nothing? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell.
Good evening, Dr. Arlotto, President Hummer, and board members. My name is Holly Kleiderlein, and I am the school counselor for 689 students at Oak Hill Elementary. This week, I've been reviewing the materials that I've presented to the board and to the county council over the past 3 or so years. In January of 2016, I implored you to find a long-term solution to fully fund educators' salary steps. I shared that the difference between my take-home pay from 2009 to 2016 was $64. 64 additional dollars in my paycheck after almost 7 years. Not only has there been no movement to repay employees for lost steps during the recession, we're falling further behind this year due to a half-step increase. In November 2016, I showed the dramatic enrollment increase at Oak Hill from 525 to 695 and reminded board members that the county used to adopt a better student-to-teacher ratio but changed to the state-recommended ratio as a cost-cutting measure. Rather than a reduction in enrollment, as predicted by the MGT study, Oak Hill has remained steady near 700. Our 5-classroom kindergarten wing, built in 2013, again cannot accommodate the 114 students in 6 classrooms we have in kindergarten this year. In May 2017, I addressed the County Council asking them to support a budget that would provide preventative mental health resources, including more school counselors and an expanded county crisis response team. In the end, 4 schools received additional part-time or full-time school counselors, but today there are 21 elementary schools with over 600 students and only 1 school counselor. In November of 2017, I came back to the board and explained that I am Tier 2, that I am either the point of contact, the coach, or the leader for everything available as a targeted intervention for behavioral or emotional support. I talked about those Tier 2 students as experiencing anxiety, depression, homelessness, hunger, poverty, family addiction, abuse, neglect, chronic health problems, grief, social isolation, or some other barrier to success. Different year, same concerns. In this upcoming budget season, please find ways to compensate those of us who remained with Anne Arundel County through the lean times. Find ways to reduce class sizes. Student-to-teacher ratios impact every aspect of the learning experience. And please, 600 students to 1 school counselor is ridiculous. Destroy the myth that counseling at the elementary level is somehow less than counseling at the other levels. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kleiderline, again, you're always an excellent voice for teachers and for students, and we appreciate you coming out regularly. I know we hear you, and we have new elected officials in our county, and we did pass the question 1, and I am hopeful that that is going to result in greater funds for our teachers and that we can all work together toward that. We have been asking, we have, as I said, FY 2018, we asked for that back step, and neither the county council nor the county executive found the funds in there to do it. We will continue to ask, or at least I will continue to ask, and we'll try to do that. It's, we hear you. I hear you. Thank you. Mr. Urea.
Thank you very much for coming up and voicing your opinion. You are counselor at Oak Hill Elementary, correct? Okay. And how many students do you have that you see over, you said?
689.
Okay. And do you because in the high school there's you're required to see your counselor a certain amount of times during the year. Is there anything like that at your elementary school?
We have a curriculum. So we actually are supposed to be teaching classes in every classroom, and I used to be able to teach twice a month in every classroom on everything from organizational skills to conflict resolution, but with the increased enrollment, that's been reduced. And so over time, there's been less and less time that I'm able to be in the classroom. As far as Tier 2 interventions, you'll hear again and again, we want to be able to do small groups. We have those children who have Tier 2 challenges, behavioral and emotional challenges that are not able to be addressed at the Tier 1 in the classroom. They end up in crisis. So we are responding to crises constantly and not able to intervene in a Tier 2 intervention because there's just too many students for us to provide service for.
And how much have the Tier 2 interventions decreased because of the increased enrollment?
The number of expectations of Tier 2 is increased, but there's restorative practices, there's the behavior management strategies, but in a school like mine, I am Tier 2. So there's no learning lab, there's no behavior interventionist, there's no place for students to go.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Aaron Snell.
Good evening, President Hummer, Dr. Arlotto, members of the board, especially to those of you not returning to board. Thank you for your service. I also wanted to turn to the teachers and the counselors and just say we at ACT hear you also, and thank you for sharing your voice tonight. But I'm here to talk about lead, and I'm actually here on more of a positive tone My name again is Erin Snell, and I'm a parent of 3 ACPS, soon to be, we'll have 3 ACPS students in the future. And tonight I'm speaking as a representative at Anne Arundel Connecting Together, an organization made up of 27 member and friend institutions, faith-based and other nonprofits, representing thousands of residents. We work together to build community power so that people's voices are represented and solutions are presented at the places where decisions are made. An ACT delegation is here tonight to talk about lead, and we wanted to publicly thank Dr. Arlotto and his team because you have listened and shown responsiveness to the community related to the lead testing, and we want to thank you. Over the last 3 months, ACT has expressed concern about the safety of drinking water for AACPS children and staff. We knew that the school system had received a 1-year deferral to test school water, and we were worried that students and staff might be exposed to dangerous levels of lead while testing was being conducted. ACPS was already notifying parents of children whose schools had been tested and sent out press releases, but we were worried that parents and guardians might have missed these notifications, especially at schools that hadn't been tested. Before school started, we asked Dr. Arlotto and his team if they would send a letter home to parents of children in schools that hadn't been tested, further informing them and letting them know that students were allowed to bring in safe water. Dr. Arlotto and his team heard our concern. They responded to our request, and a letter was sent home in the first couple days of school. In August, we met with Dr. Arlotto to seek ways to accelerate the testing and to prioritize testing of older schools and schools that serve younger kids, as stated in House Bill 270. At that meeting, we heard that AECPS was responding aggressively, but we did not know what those details were. So at the last Board of Education meeting, ACT showed up with 120 of our members to express our concern. At that time, Dr. Arlotto agreed to meet with us again. At the meeting, we expressed the need to prioritize the most vulnerable schools, to publicly provide a more detailed testing schedule, to request emergency funding from the county to provide safe water in the meantime, and encourage principals and teachers to actively discourage students and staff from drinking out of outlets that aren't known to be safe. Recently, we learned that ACPS has hired a second water testing company, and that this will facilitate the acceleration of the water testing. We were also very pleased to see a new detailed tentative testing schedule posted on the website that has all testing completed by December 10th. That is progress, an improvement. We appreciate this act of transparency and this acceleration in testing. This schedule also appears to address the issue of prioritization. The superintendent listened to the community and acted with tangible results on this, and this updated testing schedule reflects a sense of urgency that will help protect our students and staff. Because we continue to be concerned, we wanted to ask again to discourage, have teachers and principals discourage students from drinking out of the water fountains that we don't know are safe, and we look forward to working with the school system to continue to find solutions to this and other issues. Thank you.
So I want to thank the ACT group for their activism on this. I want to stress again that Anne Arundel County is going above and beyond what any other school system in the state is doing in regards to lead. There's no other school system that's testing every outlet. They're only testing consumable outlets. So we are going far and beyond. The website that we put together with all the information and all the testing results is now being copied and emulated by all the other districts in the state, because we were the first one to do that, to have it out there. We have been actively pursuing a second testing facility for several months, and so as soon as that came into place, then we were able to put forth a schedule that would say that it would be quicker than that. We didn't want to put one out before we had both testing labs in place, because we knew that once we got a second one, that would speed things along. We are going to be finished with the testing portion, hopefully weather permitting and other things coming through, by December, which is well ahead of the requirement by the state law before July. And so we will be besting all of those things. I think ACT is a fabulous group. I look forward, I love the community input in that. I hope that you will work collaboratively with us in the future, and when you're setting your priorities for education things, that you will meet with board members and the school staff so that we can share with you the pressing issues that we have in the community, that we know that community members and houses of worship and people can really help us with in areas that affect our children beyond the school doors and would really impact. So I look forward to that partnership with y'all in the future. Thank you. We will now move on to award of contracts. Do I have a motion to bundle items 4.1 through 4.01 through 4.04? Do I have a second? Ms. Connolly, please call the roll.
Mr. Butcher? Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Korbelak?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Aye. Mrs. Nally? Aye. Mr. Reinhardt?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0, motion passes.
Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the contracts listed on tonight's agenda, 4.01 through 4.04.
Okay. Mr. Butcher. Oh, no, you had pushed your button. I thought you had a comment. You've already ayed. It's late. I get it. I have a question on 4.01, the award for the roof replacement at Maryland City Elementary. It says completion by August of 2020. Why is that so far out?
So, for the record, Alex Checkno, Chief Operating Officer. Remember that for these projects, we have to design them locally to completion at the local cost before we're eligible to submit them to the state for funding. So, roofs are eligible for a cost split for a maximum of up to 50%. We have to follow that state protocol, so we're in the process of designing the roof as required in advance so we can make the submission to the Interagency Commission on School Construction to garner the requisite funding. That funding, if it was approved, would come to us no earlier than July 1 of 2019. Roofing work is something that traditionally is more challenging to do while the building is occupied. So if the funding arrived July 1 of 2019, by the time we got the purchasing documents in place, the contracts, the submittals, there will be a limited opportunity to complete things that summer. Those projects are typically phased. So we will do a portion in that very first summer, albeit somewhat truncated because of the late arrival of the funding. A larger slug of the project will be done then in phase 2, which will be that second summer, commencing sometime on or after June 15th or thereabouts of 2020 and concluding just before Labor Day of 2020.
I have another one on item 4.04, which is the inspection, repair, replace, and renovation service for spectator seating. There's not specific schools listed. Is this just as needed, that the inspections are done and then this contract covers to replace and repair as needed, not at specific schools?
Correct. So it's actually all of the above. So all the schools are inspected on an annual basis. So we undertake some of the repairs of those schools in a combination of in-house forces as well as outsourced. But we also are, to the extent that we are funded, there's an athletic stadium improvement, capital improvement line item within the capital budget that is not supported by the state. It is a locally funded endeavor. And so to the extent that we are funded on a line item basis for that, we have the ability to replace bleachers and interior bleachers, gymnasiums principally, and exterior stadium grandstand type bleachers. There is a prioritization of those projects within our comprehensive maintenance plan that this board adopted back in September and goes to state for adoption as well. So to the extent that we're funded, we will inspect and maintain our existing bleachers, and then via the capital project, we'll go about replacing them to the extent that funding allows.
Are there any other board questions or comments? Are there any public comment? All right. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Mr. Butcher? Aye. Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Korbelak?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Mrs. Nally? Mr. Reinhardt? Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0, motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Shaknovich. Item 5.01 is administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
So moved.
Okay. Are there any board questions or comments? Okay. Ms. Connolly, call the roll.
Mr. Butcher? Aye. Mr. Grannon? Aye. Ms. Korbelak?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Mrs. Nally? Mr. Reinhardt? Mrs. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0, motion passes.
Okay. Item 5.02 is personnel. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the action stipulated on the attached sheets.
Are there any board questions or comments? Ms. Connolly, call the roll, please.
Butcher? Mr. Grannon? Ms. Korbelak? Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Mrs. Nally?
Aye.
Says-
Okay. All right. Item 5.03 is second reading for policy JM, student sunscreen use.
Good evening. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel, and I have some colleagues with me this evening. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Karen Siska-Creel, the Director of School Health.
Sally Egan, Assistant Superintendent for Student Support Services.
All right, so we have policy JM, student sunscreen use. On second reading, we did not have any public comment. It was on our website for a 30-day public comment period. We did not receive any public comment. As you may recall, this policy is new as a result of new law in the state of Maryland requiring us to have a policy on student sunscreen use.
Are there any board questions or comment? Is there any public comment? All right, this will come back to us next meeting for third reading?
Correct.
Okay, thank
Right,
you.
thank you. Thank you.
All right, item 5.04 is a new first reading for policy JK, student behavior interventions.
Okay, so we have policy JK, student behavioral health interventions, and I have with me today Bobby Pedrick, Director of Special Education. The Division of Curriculum Instruction and Special Education are bringing policy JK, student behavioral interventions, exclusion, seclusion, and physical restraint before you for first reading. This policy was last updated on July 13th, 2016. It has now been amended to align with recent changes to Maryland state regulations on behavioral health interventions, and the policy will be posted on our website for a 30-day public comment period, and we can answer any questions.
I just want to clarify, so one of the points on it is student behavior interventions, exclusion, seclusion, and physical restraint. We do not practice seclusion in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. So while the definitions are there, that is not a practice that we use.
Correct, and that is actually, if you turn to page 4 of 5, it specifically states that we do not use seclusion. However, that is something that is allowed by state law and in Comar, so we just wanted to highlight that while it is allowed, we do not use it here at AACPS. Other schools do. And all of the changes, whether it's in the definitions, physical restraint, exclusion, all of this language is verbatim directly from Comar. So it's not anything that we've just established here. It's state law requirements and regulation requirements.
And this came up in policy committee when we were discussing this. We sometimes will have some of our students who have more challenging extreme behaviors that the parents may come to us and say, this is a form of restraint that we use at home or that is recommended by our therapist, and we will tell them we will not use that in school, correct?
That is correct. If it doesn't coincide with our certified training that we do for all staff that do any form of behavior management, we won't use it, even if the parents request.
And we have, when we talk about restraint for students, we have extensive training for staff members who can restrain a student. Not just anyone in a building can restrain a child. They've received training on that.
That is correct.
Physical
They receive training. Their initial training is a day long, and then every year they are recertified through a half-day refresher course.
Do we have staff in every building that is trained in this?
We have right now a minimum of 5 staff in every building that are trained. In our larger schools and our high schools, it can exceed 15, 17, 18 people.
And when I say that, physical restraint is one of our last venues. That is not something we
Absolutely.
want to go to. We try that every other avenue is handled, is attempted first.
Absolutely, and it's repeatedly stated in here that that's only done on an emergency basis when someone's in danger of hurting themselves or others.
Mr. Butcher.
Yes, Ms. Ortiz, I know that you said that this policy is going to go up on the website for a 30-day public comment. In general, for any policy that's been put on, what's the percentage, how often is the public commenting on any of the policies, just generally?
So, you know, Mr. Butcher, we're both attorneys. We went to law school because we don't do numbers, but joking. No, but seriously, so I don't have a percentage, but I will say it's not regularly that we get public comments on policies, although we do get public comments, and when we do get public comments, I share that with the board. But I have not seen public comments on proposed policy revisions in a fairly long time. And I just want to point out, we do publicize this information on Facebook. The Communications Office does a great job with publicizing on Facebook, on Twitter. We have it on the board policy page. It's clearly indicated a link to the revisions. We use everything. We use redline track changes, so it is clear what it is that we're proposing as new language. So I think if it's like a hot topic, we get some public comment, but not very often.
Mr. Grannon.
Just to that point, just as a point of clarification, obviously there are some proposed changes, such as when there were proposed policy revisions about valedictorian and salutatorian, where we had hundreds of comments that came in through the website, so the public is able to comment on the things that it wants to comment on.
Yes, absolutely. So the website provides an email that comes to my office where folks can provide input. We indicate on there too, like what the last day is for public comment. And as Mr. Grannon stated, when we were discussing valedictorian, salutatorian, and Latin honors, we received significant input and feedback from the community, and we shared all of those comments with the board so that you were aware of the things that we were seeing.
And if I can, in addition to that, sometimes it's just somebody's confusion as they're reading new policy language, regulatory language, and there are times where Ms. Ortiz will reach out to that person if they've left some contact information to ask for clarifying questions or to give information for that person.
Oh, absolutely. I always respond when we have public comments. I respond, let them know. And there have been times where Dr. Arlotto is absolutely right, where someone is just confused as to, or has a question as to what it is that we're proposing. So oftentimes they'll ask the question, I will provide the information, and they're satisfied.
All right. Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All right. Thank you very much. And this will now go out for 30 days for public comment.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 5.05 is the Arundel Middle School Stormwater Management Inspection and Maintenance Agreement. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the Arundel Middle School Stormwater Management Inspection and Maintenance Agreement.
Okay. All right. Are there any board questions or comments about the Stormwater Management Inspection and Maintenance Agreement? Mr. Reinhardt, you're letting me down.
It's close to my heart as a former hydrologist. So.
Is there any public questions or comments? All right. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Butcher.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Korbelak?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Mrs. Nally? Mr. Reinhardt? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0, motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Jaknovich. All right. Item 5.06 is the 2019, 2020, 2020-21 school year calendars. We do have a presentation. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend recommend that the board formally approve the 2019-2020 school year calendar and tentative approval of the 2020-2021 school year calendar.
All right. Do I have a second? Okay.
Good evening. For the record, Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer, here with Teresa Tudor, Senior Manager for School and Family Partnerships, here to present the school calendars proposed for 2019-2020 and then 2020-2021. Before Ms. Tudor starts, I just want to express my thanks and all of our staff's thanks for the work she's done with the calendar committee. It really is a huge undertaking, and she does a great job every year. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier, and really I would like to echo those thanks to the calendar committee. As you know, the committee is made up of students, parents, community members, all of our bargaining units, our teachers, our administrators, our secretaries, our AFSCME members, and they really take this very seriously. They come to the table very prepared, as Mr. Mosier will tell you, with lots of comments. And I have told other people when I walked in with the 1920 calendar, I felt very confident that they weren't going to make any changes because it was so tight and it was really close to what we did last year. But they had really great reasons to make lots of changes, just moving things a week or two that made more sense instructionally. So I'm really proud of them and the work that they do, and they really take it seriously, and they want to make sure that this is the very best calendar that we can bring to you for our students. For the 19 and 20 calendar, here are some of the key components. They're up in front of you. We will have 180 instructional days at all levels, which is required by MSDE. The first day of class is September 3rd, 2019. The last scheduled day of class will be June 15th, as required. And then we have 2 inclement weather days actually built in, with the third day being a conditional day. Below that, we wanted to make sure that we were very transparent, that the state board also has advised us that pursuant to the COMAR regulations, we are to include 3 days within the calendar. We are to identify those 3 days as inclement makeup days. You will hear maybe in passing or read in papers that there are a district or 2 that have put calendars that do not have that. But I have had extensive conversations with people at MSDE, as has Mr. Mosier with his colleagues there, and those have not been approved by MSDE. They have just been approved by those boards. They will not be in compliance with it. Today, MSDE did say to me that we were the only county who ever actually called them and talked to them on a regular basis and were transparent with everything we were trying to do, and they appreciated that. So we wanted to make sure that you had that information as well. There are 3 days for Thanksgiving, as we've had in the past, 3 days for Easter spring break. Schools will be closed on Yom Kippur, which is October 9th in 2019, and open for MSEA Convention Day, as it was this year. In prior years, we had 181 days at the elementary and middle schools that students actually attended, and 180 at high school, and that's because we close one day. We build into our calendar one day to close for high school graduation so that all staff can attend and participate. On the 1920 calendar, we're going to have 180 days at all of the levels, and this is in response to public input from parents, teachers, and principals. The high schools will still close on graduation. That will make their 180 days. This year, we are going to add a parent-teacher conference day in October. So we'll go back to like we used to do and have 2 days back-to-back for the elementary and middle schools. Our staff and our parents have been very vocal to us that they really need that. At the elementary and middle school level, parents feel they want to come in and conference at the beginning of the year. And before, when we only have them spread out, everyone, of course, at the elementary level couldn't do that. So we're trying to answer what our public is asking and what our administrators are asking as well. On October 15th, the conferences will be at the elementary and middle school and high school level. And then at the 16th, high schools will go to schools and elementary for a regular instruction day. And elementary and middle schools will have a second day of conferences. And then on March 10th, conferences will be at the elementary, middle school, and high school, unless we have inclement weather that we have to use that day. The calendar builds in, as I said before, 2 days at the end of the year. The third conditional will be March 10th. We will do away with that parent-teacher conference if we had that third day by then. Easter Monday is not designated as a conditional day. We have gotten away from that because we want our families and our teachers and staff to be able to count on having that day off and not having to deal with absences if we end up having to open it and they already have plans. As allowed by law, the calendar designates June 16th through the 22nd as days which class could be held if we have excessive inclement weather. You're seeing here the 3 days that we are open, as we always have been this year and the last couple. Tests and examinations that impact a student's grade shall not be scheduled on any of these dates. Tests and examinations for evening high school students that impact their grades, the same stands for. There are assessments, and we discussed that last year as well, and we've had a few people mention those. There are some assessments that do not affect your grade at all, and those will be able to continue because those are just regular assessments that students are taking.
So I think we'll stop there and take questions that you might have on this year, on the 1920 calendar, and then we'll move on to 2021, if that's okay.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam President. So we were open last year on that MSCA conference day.
Yes.
Do we have data as to how many teachers called out?
We do. So for this year, the date, we had 234 meeting leave sub required. So those were teachers that are actually classroom teachers and we needed to put a sub in. We had 89 meeting leave with no sub. So they might have been school counselors or administrators or someone that was going to the conference. So those are the two numbers for this year.
And we were able to cover all of those absences?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That isn't out of the ordinary for just a regular day.
Okay. So we've received some messages from our constituents that they would like a full week of spring break, and one of the suggestions was to eliminate the day off for students on the conference days in October, and instead go to a half day and then have conferences in the afternoon or evening, and we could even get Rosh Hashanah back or the MSCA conference day back by doing the same with that March 10th date for conferences. Is that something that this board can do unilaterally? Can we change those to half days and ask the teachers to stay late for conferences?
It's your calendar, so you do have that voting power to do it. The calendar committee talked extensively about that, but it would not meet the things that we are getting and the emails that we're receiving saying they need longer. If we cut it to half day, there's going to be even a smaller amount of conferences that are going to be able to be held, and you're basically probably talking then about students who really, there are issues that teachers have to talk to the parents about, not getting information, just coming in, meeting the teacher and getting information.
So,
if I could add to, and so Mr. Tudor's absolutely right, if I could add, you have the ability, you have the board has control of the calendar. You could make that day off a half day and have students, and it counts towards your 180 days of school enrollment. What we are unable to do is then require the teachers to stay late beyond their day. So that's what Ms. Tudor is referring to, is now you're talking about a whole day of conferences during the regular work day to now doing from midday to 3 o'clock or whatever the exit time is for those teachers in that particular building. I don't have the ability to require teachers to stay beyond their work day without negotiating that with our employee bargaining units.
So we could get a full week for spring break and get that conference day, but that would have to be negotiated.
Right, we would have to, and if we wanted to go to school a half day and then ask teachers several times a year to stay late into the evening, that would gain us days back that this board could then use in their calendar in another place. Could be spring break, it could be other holidays, could be MSEA, but it would then give the board the opportunity to have days to use in the calendar differently. Yes, sir.
Because we've also heard from teachers that they would like to have that full week for some refresh and recovery.
Indeed.
So hopefully their bargaining unit gets that message.
Mr. Reinhardt, if I could just add one word of caution to that in the calendar we just presented to you, the March Parent-Teacher Conference Day is a conditional inclement weather day.
Ms. Corbett.
Similar question about creating a week of spring breaks. We need to gain 3 days. I noticed in the 2021 calendar that we're not going to have conferences and we're not going to celebrate, or we're not going to have the day off for Yom Kippur. Did the calendar committee consider just going ahead and cutting all of that this year so that we could have a full spring break?
No, because we're really truly hoping that something will happen in the legislature to give us some relief for the 2021 calendar. So we don't want to make rash decisions for next year based on something that maybe...
There was no conversation around cutting parent-teacher conference.
So a full week of spring break really wasn't the priority of the calendar committee?
No, although I think if you ask any employee or any parent, most people would like that. It's just not really doable right now unless there are some other concessions.
My other question or comment was on the paragraph that's at the end of the calendar on religious observances for students. Since, for example, Eid al-Adha is on July 31st on a Friday in the summer, do we need to make an additional note about summer school where we say testing examinations for evening high school students impact the student's grade shall not be scheduled? Do we need to mention summer school because that's a July holiday?
Well, it's probably not a bad thing to add, although I don't know that it's necessary. They're going to follow these.
And if it's a Friday in July, we're closed anyway and there is no summer school.
Okay. And then my other question is, have we considered adding the Diwali holiday that's celebrated by many Hindu and Buddhist families?
No, because we haven't had one request by them to add it. No one has ever asked the calendar committee, written a letter, sent anything asking. So apparently it isn't something within the county that people are interested in.
So we're only going to recognize the Jewish and Muslim religious observances, but not the
They've
Hindu
been
Buddhist.
added just because people have asked. We're glad to add that if you'd like us to, though. We can certainly add that.
I know I had a number of students and faculty that were out in Howard County, so I know that it's a very major celebration for those two religions. I'm just concerned that we're only recognizing the Jewish and Muslim holidays on here, and we're not even
We can add that if
referencing-
you'd like us to. We've got to do that.
I would add that that's part of the diversity and inclusion. Instead of just waiting for someone to send a note in or something along those lines, by us engaging with the community, goes back to the customer service piece. They may say, no, we don't need to worry about it, but I think that makes us look a lot better.
It also happens to be on a Sunday.
Mr. Granon.
Yeah, well, I have a second question now. Just I'll go in reverse order. So you all didn't make an arbitrary determination as to which holidays to list and which not. You said basically you heard from the community about the other ones and you didn't hear from them. I'm just going to confess my ignorance. I don't. Obviously, there are some holidays that are culturally significant to folks, but not necessarily on the level of religious observance. I just think we should be careful, in trying to be sensitive to diversity and inclusion issues. That we don't just add something willy-nilly. If we haven't heard from the community on that, so I know for a fact that my law firm every year has a Diwali party. It's a party. To my knowledge, it has nothing to do with religion. If I'm wrong about that, then we should hear from the community about that. I just think we should be careful about just adding those things maybe without all the information. So I don't have a strong view on that, but I have a view that we should do it based on information. My first question that I had before that observation is there any precedent for any other religious holiday kind of going back and forth like this, like is being proposed with Yom Kippur?
Let me just remind you that we are not by law allowed to close for religious holidays. We can only close if we cannot deliver instruction. So we can close for Easter and Christmas, basically because the population in Anne Arundel County would inhibit, they would not come. We have, Christians are the majority here, and that's why we close. But when I had the conversation with MSDE today, she did talk about the other holidays and say, you need to make sure your data supports your decisions to close days. If it does not support the decision to close, you should not be doing it.
But if we've never been open on Yom Kippur before, how would we have data to
Well, I can tell you Rosh Hashanah, we used to close, we opened for it, then we closed for it for about 10 years. This year for Rosh Hashanah, on 9/10 of 18, there were only 84 absences from teachers in the county.
I'm not Jewish, but I think those are two totally different
Well,
holidays.
Yom Kippur, we haven't closed for it in a while, so we have no data on that. I mean, on Yom Kippur, we have no data. Rosh Hashanah is what I was saying that we do close for, but we have the data on that.
So if it stays for the 2020-2021 calendar that schools are open on Yom Kippur, we will collect the data, and if we see a significant disparity from the 4%, just normal or 3% normal absence, that's something that can be taken into account.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. My question, a follow-up, and I can't remember if it was Mr. Reinhardt, Mr. Butcher, asking about MSEA Day, the conference day, and substitutes. I know in years past and this year, we've had enough subs to cover the swing. Are we confident that the pool of substitutes will continue to be as robust as it is to fill those gaps? Again, I ask, similar to last year, as the economy continues to rebound, assuming it or not rebound, but maintain, full steam, and I assume, let's fingers crossed it does. Substitute teachers and other positions, we talked about bus drivers in months past. Those are positions that are hard to fill.
I don't know that we would make predictions like that into the future. I mean, I can tell you that I was here 2 days ago and we had a substitute job fair with a packed lobby.
Good. Okay.
And I know that our HR people, it's an endless.
I know some of it's an educated guess, best guess, but
Right.
my concern was just if the call-outs intensify for whatever reason. And we're not able to fill that gap. The last question, just sort of Ms. Tudor, is that a snowflake on your lapel?
Yes, it is.
In anticipation of tomorrow, maybe? Or?
What are you doing? I'm not wishing for it. It just probably is. Or it will be before we leave tonight.
Ms. Korbalek.
I just wanted to clarify, you were saying that we can't close for religious holidays. We're closing because of attendance, but we are required to close on some religious holidays by law, correct?
For impact reasons.
Yeah.
Right.
But,
Correct.
the law,
State
like for
law,
example, Easter Monday isn't really a religious holiday
Correct.
around here anymore,
Good
but
Friday
we're
is another.
required to close.
Good Friday is another example.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So going back to the comments about Diwali, to combine the two, I agree with Mr. Butcher that that's one that we could be proactive on, but I also agree with Mr. Grannon that maybe I am not very familiar with Diwali, and that perhaps our next step, rather than add it first, would be to reach out to some of the Hindu community and ask them, because it may be one that a certain night is the way, or the day, if we just go by the calendar, we may not be getting the nuances of what it is, and asking them for their feedback on how we could best recognize that.
We're happy to do that.
Could we do that?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that, amen? Okay. That's right. I mean, reach out and let's see what we can do, and how, if the desire is there for us to observe it and honor that in some way.
And we were hoping that we could settle the 1920 before we present 2021.
Well, we have to vote on them as one. It's one vote. Yeah, we'll go through 1920 and through 2021, and then you can vote if that's okay. I meant to present.
We don't vote on that one tonight.
That's all right. All right, so 2021, we have been talking for several years about the governor's executive order and the impact that it would have on school systems, particularly when Labor Day is late. And so 2021 is that year. Labor Day is the 7th of September, so schools cannot start until the 8th and still have to finish by the 15th. So the calendar that's in front of you, which is based on some of the same principles as much as we could with 1920, builds in the 2 inclement weather days. The 3rd conditional day has to be Easter Monday, however. It brings that back into play because there are no parent-teacher conference days at any level, as someone observed earlier. So we go back to the 181 days for elementary and middle schools and 180 at high schools. There are 3 days for Thanksgiving break, but only 2 for Easter spring break. So we lose the Thursday, and we have Good Friday and Easter Monday, which, as Ms. Corbelak just observed, we're required to close for. Schools will be open on Yom Kippur and on the MSEA Convention Day, and we would build in the 5 days past the 15th that we talked about. So those are the differentiations in 2021 as opposed to 1920. We are very hopeful that there will be legislation that would help this.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Again, I'd like to reiterate that we could have conferences in 2021 if we could make those concessions to have 3 half-days or 3 early dismissals and then have those conferences later into the evenings.
You could. That's a negotiation issue, right?
Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, is there a legal requirement that we have to tentatively approve a calendar 2 years in advance?
No.
So
We
that's
do
just
it
the-
because
that's
we've
just
had
the way it's
public
been
has
done.
asked. No, we actually just started doing this about 3 or 4 years ago because the public asked us to do 2 in a row so they could plan ahead on vacations, different things like that. I mean,
We
the
start-
1920 we do need to get because people, that's next year. But we started that at request of our community.
And it was before the governor's executive order where the end of the school year wasn't defined.
Okay, is there some way to inform the public that this tentative calendar is being proposed with hopes that it will change? See, because I think putting something out there in writing that says there are going to be no days for parent-teacher conferences at all, when no one wants that, I'm not going to vote for that. That doesn't make any sense. Sending something out that we're hoping is going to change, like how does that help people plan?
Well, if there's no legislation that changes the end of the school year or allows us to count the 5 days into the calendar, there's not much you can change in this calendar. Because you have a defined beginning and a defined end, and because of the lateness of Labor Day, the box becomes very small.
I mean, we had 30 people looking at different ways we could do that. You know, as Mr. Reinhardt said, some things would have to go back to negotiation if we wanted to change some of the things that were here, but there just are no other days. We have to go 180 days by law. When you don't start till September 18th and you have to be out June 15th and you take the state and federal holidays that you're mandated to take, that's where we are. That calendar you're looking at is where we are. And honestly, as I have said, and Mr. Reinhardt has been in parent meetings with me that I have stated this, please look at it really hard. If you have suggestions, bring them to us. Because what you would be approving isn't you would be approving that tentatively. It's not, you don't approve it till next year. We're hoping that by next year, or you don't have to approve that one at all. I mean, that's your choice. But we're hoping by next year we're going to come up with something else in legislation or in negotiation.
But if we as a body want to communicate to the legislature that changes need to be made in this area, I think we're undercutting that message if we pass a tentative calendar that says we basically could do this.
We feel like we need to show them what it's going to look like because they need to see what it's going to look like if they don't do something.
Right.
We've been making
it's
this
not
argument
real
for 3
if they
years.
don't see it.
And Mr. Grannon, that's an important point, is that, and I've talked to my colleagues around the state and legislators earlier this week, that this is, legislators know that this is, we've known this is going to be an issue several years out. We've known that Labor Day was going to be late. And part of this, we believe, is helping create some concern among our constituents. When they see that things are being cut out into the future, that will help them get to their legislators to say something needs to change. So that's part of the communication message we're hoping, and my colleagues around the state are hoping to do a tentative calendar that says 2021 is impossible for school systems to make happen, and because of the late start and we have to end by the 15th. This will help us with the message, we believe.
Okay, that's an important clarification. Is there something we could do to make it more express so that, I mean, we have constituents too, so that when this is being put up for our vote, that we're basically saying, you know, this is being tentatively approved with the hope that the law will change such that there can be parent-teacher conferences.
So we are putting out a news release
subtle.
tomorrow on your action tonight, and we can certainly do that.
And we can add whatever wording you'd like us to add. I mean, that's definitely a doable.
I want to point out one other quick thing that I forgot. So also in the calendar, there's an election day that we have to close. All right, that further complicates it in 2020.
I just have a clarifying question, because it says all schools close December 23rd through January 1st. Is January 23rd, is that like underlying the 2-hour early dismissal that we can't see, or is it not blacked out?
December 23rd?
Or December, sorry, yes.
That's an open day.
So it is an open day?
No, December 23rd.
Because it's not blacked out on the actual little picture calendar. So I was just wondering.
For the
Which calendar are you looking at?
We're closed on the 23rd.
2021.
We're closed on the 23rd on the 20. Oh, I'm in 1920. I'm in 1920.
No, we're open on the 23rd.
We are.
We have a typo.
Right.
We have a typo because it says all schools closed December 23rd through January 1. It's actually 24 through
So it is.
January 1.
We are sorry. That has been updated, but in your packet it probably had those changes.
Yeah, I think we
have already
fixed
been
that typo.
fixed.
Right.
So it's 24th?
24th through January 1st.
Correct. Okay.
And that's required by law. We're
Correct.
required to be closed the 24th
Right.
through the 1st.
Correct.
Right. This year, we're closed on the 23rd.
Next year.
Or for the 2019-2020, it
Right.
does say that we're closed on the 3rd, because that's a Monday. We're going to have huge absences
Right.
if we'd be open
That's
that
exactly
day,
right.
We always do
for
if
the
it's on the
weekend
exactly
to
right.
come through. But for 2020-2021, we would be closed just on the 24th. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. Just one more clarifying question. Mr. Grannon's point made me just think of, on the 2020-2021 calendar, unless I'm missing it, nowhere do I see the words tentative. And I don't know if that's intentional or if it's worth us highlighting the fact that this would still require formal approval next year, absent, changes that may occur legislatively. But I don't know if that just gets lost.
So it is labeled as that on our website. We can certainly label this document that way.
We just don't do it until after tonight
not a
because it's
problem.
not on the website.
I just think once PDFs go out,
Right.
the initial link gets
we
lost.
can do that.
and- Thank you.
Mr. Rea.
Has there been talk about changing the February 1st? That's like the day off that we get for the end of the semester.
That's negotiated.
Right.
Is that?
Yes.
It would have to go through
It's in the
negotiations.
negotiated agreement with the Teachers Association. There has to be a day between the semesters.
Okay. Oh, my mic wasn't even on, but okay.
Will that contract be in place in February 2021? That same contract?
Unless it's changed between now and then. That's actually a day that the teachers really need to get their grades input and things
Right, it
before they
used to be
switch
2
over
and
to
we
all
cut
new
it
class
down to 1.
schedules for a second semester. So, no, it's kind of. I'm going to agree with Mr. Reinhardt on that one. That's one we don't want to touch.
It's not more important than parent-teacher conferences.
Actually, it is. When you have teachers that are many teachers are going to teach entirely new classes for their second semester, and having to switch over their materials to have a day to prepare for their classes for the next semester and get all their grades input and have everything in there. It's a crucial day to keep schools running and keep students on track to have there. So, Ms. Urea.
I just think, because I've gotten the same feedback as Mr. Reinhardt, that from teachers and parents, that turning the parent-teacher conferences into half days so that we can at least get the lunches in and like a full considered day in to try to get back this stuff is the best solution to go. Because, I mean, if we can somehow negotiate with teachers to get later, to stay later for the teacher conferences, it just seems like it's beneficial for everybody, because I know at the high school level especially, some of those teachers, they just sit there the whole day just doing work and waiting towards the end of the day for parents to come in. So I would just look more into that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? I do have one card, Ms. Schalheim.
I'm sorry, I'm upset. Well, good evening, everyone. This will be my last time down here before I'm up there. And to that end, I'm very, very disappointed that the board is choosing to vote on next year's calendar tonight. Yes, I know that agendas for the next couple of meetings are full, but not allowing 4 newly elected board members and 1 newly appointed board member to weigh in on this is just wrong. We met last year under similar circumstances, and as a religious minority, I'm still very offended that Rosh Hashanah is an instructional day, when for more than a decade, and until a couple of years ago, it was not instructional. And I'm very aware, that the state is unfortunately still bound by the school executive order, despite our joint efforts to change it last year. Had MSD done the right thing and honored the intent of House Bill 679, Senate Bill 729, this conversation would not be needed. But instead, I must once again be a voice for my community and for other cultural and religious minorities in our county. Racism, anti-Semitism, hate speech, and actions are all on the rise in both our county and in our schools. During this divisive time, we should be celebrating and honoring our differences rather than sending a message to our students that some important days and some religions are not as important as those like mine, or even state-protected travel days like Easter Monday. This is just one of the many ways we can stop sending the wrong message to our students and staff that one faith, ethnicity, race, etc. is somehow more important or better than another. Maybe then we can stop talking about nooses, swastikas, rebel flags, use of hate speech, including Holocaust jokes. So a solution. I talked to a current teacher about this recently, and instead of taking 3 precious days away for parent-teacher conferences, we can do this on multiple 2 to 3 hour early dismissal days or 2 to 3 hour delayed start days, or a combination of the two. Teachers typically report an hour or two or an hour before school starts, or stay an hour after school ends, depending on the school schedule. And then conferences can be held either first thing in the morning or towards the end of the day. And this would free up the 3 days so I can get back Rosh Hashanah. And I'm going to respectfully disagree on all of that, because we had it off for more than a decade. So don't be telling me we can't have it back. And then this testing thing really upsets me, because just changing the language so that my community can be penalized and have to redo a cognitive assessment test on another day is not okay. And so when did this get changed and voted on? I want to know. The solution I'm proposing would not increase teacher workload and give parents and teachers the choice of days and times to meet with their children's teachers. This is a solution you can implement now, because it won't extend the standard workday, and is strictly a calendar change, which you have full control over. So I hope you make the right decision and be inclusive. I'm pissed. I'm just letting you know. I'm glad I'm going to be.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam President. What is the latest that you would need the calendar approved?
Well, I think we've traditionally approved it in November because parents want to start making plans. Is there a state mandated date? No.
Okay.
But I think the longer you wait, the more you adversely impact parent plans.
Understood. And the calendar could be added as an agenda item if 2 board members request?
And just as it has been, was this year, it can be amended at any time. So for instance, if there are changes in the legislature to the calendar schedule, it can be amended at any time. It is not like with anything that comes up that can be brought back up and amended. But yes,
So our vote tonight does not render this calendar untouchable.
Exactly.
Right. Just to give you an example of what Ms. Hummer said, so it was last spring that we designated the 5 days and changed the conditional 3rd weather day from Easter Monday to the parent-teacher conference day.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, in view of some of the comments that we've heard today and Ms. Uria's, I think, very insightful comment, I'm just not comfortable. I understand the advocacy part, but it doesn't have to be done tonight. I'd like, frankly, just personally, some more time to understand other options. So I move to table the board's vote on the tentative calendar for 2020 to 2021, and that's my motion.
If I could get may I ask a clarifying question? Ms. Grannon, what other options do you think, what other options do you have in mind, things that I and staff can consider? It's gone to the calendar committee. We've really tried to pick through this as best we can, so I'm curious, what other options do you see out there possibly?
The half-day options that Ms. Urea just mentioned, and I think when I'm confronted with something that says, okay, well, we're trying to send a message to the legislature, well, this is what the calendar would look like. There are choices in here for that message that I guess I'm just not on board with. So the choice for me would be I would be voting against this, because I for one, am not at the point of saying that having a day off between semesters is more important than parent-teacher conferences. That's not a choice that I would agree with, so I wouldn't vote for that. So I guess all I'm saying is I would like more time for the half-day option to be considered, and then more express caveats, frankly, to be put on this calendar so that people can understand that, this is what we're looking at. We're looking at potentially losing parent-teacher conferences entirely as a possibility, or losing a professional day that apparently a large majority of teachers, including former teachers on this board, think is very important for the education of children. I just think putting something out there like this without those caveats, it's too subtle. I would not be able to understand this document if I were just a parent looking at it. I'd be saying, oh my God, this has already been decided. There's not going to be any parent-teacher conferences. And for one, I might say, well, wait a minute, why are we closing for a day in between semesters? I think I do as a parent, and even when I'm not on this board, I will think as a parent that parent-teacher conferences are more important than a day off. And I would frankly say, and I'm sure this will annoy some people, do that work at night. It's more important to me that I talk to the teacher. So I'm not comfortable putting this out there.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second to table this document? Okay, there's no second, so we will move on with the discussion. Mr. Butcher.
I do have one question. The assessment thing has been brought up before. I'm curious how come, and we may have already had this discussion at our last meeting. I just want to make sure that it's out there so that we're all on the same page. Why does the assessment, I know it's not a test, it's an assessment. Why does the assessment have to be done on those particular days?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So in the calendar, there are certain days that there's an assessment, it's labeled as an assessment on a day that's a potential holiday or when someone can choose to take off for a religious day.
So it says you can't give an assessment that, and the language that's been added is that impacts a student's grade.
Okay.
So that was go ahead.
No, there are assessments that are going on, different types of assessments, so we didn't list everyone through elementary, middle, and high schools that don't affect your grade. It might be they're assessing the reading levels, they're assessing different things. We're not telling teachers they can't continue to do that. We're just saying you can't give tests that are going to impact a student's grade. When the other students come in, those assessments, any absent children that day would get them the next day or whatever they work within their schedule.
So the discussion at the calendar committee with regard to the impacting a student's grade piece, because that's the new piece, is if a student doesn't have to prepare for whatever it is, okay, I'll just make a really easy example. Let's say it's a vision test, right? I mean, that seems kind of simplistic, but right? So a student doesn't have to prepare for that. So the discussion at the calendar committee, how is that different from you're watching a movie in science class and you have to answer 10 questions about it, right?
Okay.
If a parent is going to make a choice to send their child to school on that day, they don't have to, right? That's very clear. We put some language in it. Mr. Grannon's suggestion last year or the year before that doesn't impact perfect attendance, right? If you're going to send your child to school, right, you don't have to do any additional work for that.
So the reason I've raised this point is that there's a perception and she highlighted a couple of times, right, that she's coming onto the board and that a student is penalized, right, if they take that day off for whatever for that specific reason. The term assessment is defined as what? Just so we're completely clear.
We're
And
talking
I
about
guess I can ask it another
We're not
way.
giving test. Students can't a test in science, a test in math, a spelling test, whatever that would be. That type of assessment, an exam couldn't happen.
So I guess there is nothing that can actually be done on that particular day if I'm a teacher that the student has to prepare for.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And then a student who was absent would certainly be allowed to make up that work without penalty.
Including an assessment.
So assessments can be a wide variety of things. So for instance, students walking in are often given an entry ticket to see where they were, or an exit ticket when they leave the room, and that's a form of assessment, but it doesn't impact their grades necessarily, but that is an assessment that a teacher gives on any given day, for just as an example. Or there may be other things that are not graded. Almost everything in a classroom is some form of assessment. It's just some are graded and some are not.
And what's happening on those particular days is not graded.
Cannot be graded.
So if there's a movie that's being shown for educational purposes, if you miss class that day, you've missed the movie. Correct?
Correct.
And you would have to watch that movie at some point.
Correct.
If it's required in a test, you might not have a question on any test about that movie. It might be just informative, but yes, you'd have the opportunity, you would always be given the opportunity to watch that.
Okay.
Mr. Reinhardt.
And to add before I make a request, the teacher also has the ability to excuse a student from completing that assignment.
Yes.
So, all right. So, Ms. Hummer, is it possible to split the calendar into 2 votes? So we could do a 1920 vote and a 2021 vote.
Definitely. That is what we assumed would happen.
Okay. So how would I make that motion to split? Is there? I don't know.
You just did it. I second it.
Okay.
You can make that motion.
Okay.
So.
Then yes. Then I move to separate the 1920 and 2021 calendar votes at this time.
Second.
All right. Ms. Connolly, yes, Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Mr. Butcher? Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Korblock?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Mrs. Nally? Aye. Mr. Reinhardt?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0. Motion passes.
Okay. So we will split the 2 to have that. Ms. Korbelak.
I just have a question. Do we have representatives on the calendar committee from our faith-based communities?
We don't if you're asking if there are representatives on the calendar committee that are from different religious backgrounds, yes, but we don't go out seeking that.
Okay.
It just.
But we have Jewish representation and Muslim representation on the calendar committee right
Yes.
now.
Well, I shouldn't say yes because I didn't quiz them on that this time. Sometimes they just like the teacher said she was Jewish the last time. So, we were talking about one of the things, and her point was, I'm going to get the day off anyway. I don't care if it's, on the calendar. Sometimes the students or a parent will say specifically, but we do not ask that specifically. That's something, if you wanted us to do, that would have to be added to policy because it doesn't state that in policy.
And that may be a dangerous road to walk down.
To have Mr. Grannon.
Did any educators weigh in and say that the inability to have assessments on, there's just a few days, and one of them is in July, so maybe that's not even, realistically an assessment day. So for the others, it's only 3 days out of the whole year. Did any educators weigh in and say that the inability to give assessments on those days would, hinder their performance somehow?
No.
Like, how did that get carved out separately?
It got carved out because it was some specific question that came to us, and some of the educators came back and said, you need to clarify this for us. The teachers were asking us to clarify, because there's like, we're constantly assessing, but lots of these things we're doing aren't necessarily for grades. You know, like I said, one of the examples, it could be something in reading where they're assessing their reading or something, but it's not something that the student's going to get a grade for. So they wanted to know us to tell them specifically.
And once that was clarified, did they say, was there a further sort of dialogue where they said, if it is such that we can't give assessments on these days, that's really going to bollocks me up as an educator?
We didn't ask that question, honestly. They didn't. When we changed the language, when it went back to committee, then they took it back to the teachers, and then they came back, and they thought the language was what clarified it for them.
There was almost no discussion at the calendar committee on that item.
And just last, so when we say assessment, would this include, like, you know, assessment for admission to the gifted and talented program or something? Is that an assessment? That's not a test that impacts a grade, but that's an assessment to determine the educational opportunities available to a student.
I can't speak to that. I mean, I just don't know enough about that. We would have to get someone else to.
Jurea.
Do you by any chance know if an assessment that tests your aptitude, for example, at the beginning of school, of certain marking periods and certain classes, you take a test that tests your knowledge, and then you take it at the end of the marking period to test your growth. Do you know if that assessment falls under this assessment that cannot be tested, even though it doesn't impact a student's grade? Because even if I was opted out for the religion, I would still want to be able to take that test to see my growth, to see if I've actually learned.
Well, you would take it. You just would take it the next day.
Right.
All the students are still getting the assessment. They're just, teachers are able to deliver it on the day that some students aren't there, and then they would deliver it to the other students.
Are they
for any
required
students
to?
that are absent?
Are they required to give that to every student, even if they miss that day? Because there's been scenarios where the student's just exempted from it. So I'm
not
wondering.
aware of that. No.
I'm not aware of that. Okay.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Typically, pre-assessments are not graded, so ultimately that would be the decision of the teacher. But any teacher worth their salt is going to want to know where their students are at the beginning of a unit to be able to measure that growth. Having taught in a prior district with a very diverse religious group, just religious experience for all of our kids, the first thing that we would do when we got our calendar was pull out our plan book and put X's on those days as no assessment days. It just became part of the routine, and understanding that you know, Anne Arundel but is now becoming more, providing more clarity with those expectations on the important religious days. That will become a practice for our teachers too. It's just, you know, it takes some time, and it's going to take these conversations and reminding. But our teachers will get there, and they'll just get used to putting the X in the plan book, and it's, you still do instruction, but yeah, you just avoid certain things. And often the biggest struggle was for our students that were fasting for long periods of time, and how did we deal with those kids? And we haven't touched on that. But trying to teach students that have been fasting for a week or longer, memory and retention can be a challenge. And again, as our county grows more diverse, we will have to become more responsive to our different religious groups here. But you know, it's one step at a time, and I am pleased to see that language, and I'm pleased to see that that there is recognition and just a little bit of professional development to get our folks there.
Dr. Arlotto, is ongoing education being done with our teachers and our administrators about how they should be observing and planning around religious observance days?
Yes, those conversations we've had with principals, and then principals are sharing with their staffs. Yes.
Mr. Graham.
I just think for all the reasons you just said, if it's happening de facto, why would we be concerned about just writing it down expressly so everybody knows? And so that we don't have some of these concerns from the community. If it's already happening, that they're avoiding those days for assessments, why wouldn't we just write that down so it's clear and there's a record of it? That to me seems to be the better course.
Well, it does seem that it is written down here, that it's saying that we're not doing graded assessments on those days, that is what the language says.
Graded assessment, I took Mr. Reinhardt's comment to mean, like, even the ones that don't impact the grade, that teachers are taking out their books and Xing those days, but they're doing it de facto. And I guess all I'm saying is, why would we just kind of have that happen informally rather than writing it down?
Assessment is part of instruction.
So, are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any other public comment? Okay, then a motion, so a motion to
You need a
vote-
new motion.
A new motion to vote on the 2019-2020 calendar. Okay, so someone make a motion. Oh, okay. I can't make the motion. I can't make the motion. Okay. And we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll for approval of the 2019-2020 school calendar?
Mr. Butcher.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Corbelak.
Aye.
Ms. Urea.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland. Mrs. Nally. Mr. Reinhardt. Mrs. Hummer.
Aye.
That's 8-0. Motion passes.
Okay. Mr. Gilliland. Oh, well, we have to have a motion. You can make a motion.
For purposes of making the motion, I'll move that we approve the 2020-2021 school year calendar.
Second. Tentative? Why don't you say?
Tentative, sorry, tentative school year calendar.
Okay, a second. Okay. The motion has been made. If there's any discussion on this item, Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. On this one, I am going to vote no on the 2020-2021 tentative school year calendar. And I just want to preface the vote by saying I completely understand the planning and the fact that we've been doing this now for a couple of years, and I see tremendous value in planning and giving as much advance notice to the broader public as much as we can. That being said, I just feel like there's extenuating circumstances that precludes me from rendering the appropriate vote on this one at this time, and it's my hope that we don't need to wait until next fall, but perhaps as we start to see what's happening during the General Assembly, as bills are advancing through committee, or we can wait until sine die and do it. But perhaps then April is the best time for us to do it, so that we can at least vote still in this school year to give two school year to give two calendar year years advance notice. But for those reasons, again, not that I'm against giving that horizon view, but I just don't think I can do that with the right intent at this time. So that's why I'm going to vote no on this particular motion.
Ms. Urea.
My mic's on now. I just want to piggyback off of Mr. Gilliland and say I'm going to vote no for this as well. I want to thank you all for the work that you've been putting into this and research. I just think that if we were to vote all yes tonight and pass it through, I just personally feel like it would get forgotten almost, and I just want to make sure that we're still looking into options like Mr. Reinhardt brought up, and I brought up as well, the half days, and that's just why. So thank you.
Ms. Corbelak.
If we vote this down tonight, can we still use this? Will this still be helpful to you as you're showing an example to the legislature? I mean, I think we would
we
be
won't
okay.
publish it.
I
So
know.
we won't
can't
publish it.
it.
We're,
Vote it down.
we're working with the legislature. Right?
Okay.
Ms.
Pull down.
Ortiz is already out there working. The superintendents met with a number of legislators this past Tuesday at the State House. We spent all day, and this was absolutely a conversation we had with each legislator that was in front of us, including the President of the Senate. And so we're going to continue to move this forward because we know this is an issue for all the school systems. I just won't have a published calendar to present. But no, it's not going to stop us from
Yeah,
trying
I mean,
to fight for.
I personally don't have a problem with this being shared with the legislature, even if we're not passing it. That's me.
So, and also, I will be voting for this tentative calendar simply because I think it carries more weight for us when we go out and lobby and when we're talking to people. If we have a past calendar and we say this is what we've presented to our people, it will also be, I think it would also carry weight because we're now able to go out to the public and say this is what is going to happen, and it will encourage more of the public to come out and advocate for changes to the calendar on the legislative level so that we don't have to have this. I think having it as a formally put out to people sends the message loud and clear that if something is not done, then this is what we're going to have, and to have that in hand when we go to legislatures and say this is the reality of what is going to occur in that year. And you know, to bring up that the no parent conference days, no Yom Kippur, no spring break, those are significant things, and to have the hard copy to take with us, I think will carry more weight than just a draft that we're going to have.
If I might add, just so you know that the calendar committee discussed the things that you're talking about, what they said was, the parent input to us was, we definitely are not going to support you with going out saying a 2-hour early dismissal for parent-teacher conferences when we know that means 20 students in the school that can conference, or 20. That means all of us have to, you know, change our schedule for that, but we are not going to be afforded the opportunity to conference. That was, I just wanted you to hear that was, we asked these questions that you're talking about, and they said they would not support the 2-hour early. Now, if you're talking about adding 5 more, but then that's 5 more days that they have to make arrangements for children as well. But I mean, that might be significant if you were adding a lot more, but if you were only talking about 1 or 2 parent-teacher conferences at a 2-hour early dismissal, because to do lunches, that would to count it as a day, we can only do a 2-hour early dismissal. We can't have any more hours. That's based on our seat hours. So they have to just be a 2-hour early dismissal. So if we did that, that means 2 hours in a high school with 1,000 students. How many parents are actually going to be getting in there? And elementary, as I said, the elementary parents, their input was, we don't want you to tell us that only a certain amount of schedule can be kept. We want, all of us want to come in and talk to those teachers. So, I mean, we did ask the questions. I don't want you to think that we haven't gone out there and asked those to the public.
Mr. Grana.
Okay, just as a follow-up, but you're saying their response was they would rather have no parent-teacher conferences than have them on half-days?
That's not what they said. They just said they don't want us to just keep adding, you know, because we have a numerous amount of 2-hour early dismissal days already for different things that are going on. So they said they wouldn't support us just adding like 4 or 5 more of those if they're not all going to still be seen. Because it would not, 2 hours would not give them the opportunity for every child in elementary to be able to conference. It just won't do it, especially if you were only going to do a couple days of those. Now, that doesn't mean you can't do it. You could go with the concept that we want to conference with people that the teachers feel like they need to conference. That's the concern here. Parents want to decide if they want to come into conference. They don't want us saying we only have 2 hours so we can only see the ones who students are in need. You know, we have an issue with their student. That's what the feedback was to us.
Right. Last follow-up, but the whole tenor of that dialogue was, this is tentative. We hope this doesn't happen.
Right.
We're trying to send a message.
Right.
They weren't saying to you, for example, well, yeah, we agree that, in this hypothetical calendar, we would actually choose to have a day off in between semesters as more important than a parent-teacher conference day.
Because I told them that by contract, by negotiation, I have no say in that day, right, and neither do they. Unless that has changed, we can't just say we're going to open. It's negotiated. When I do the calendar, I have to follow the state laws, all the 4 bargaining units laws, their negotiated terms as well. So I couldn't offer them that day up. It's not mine to offer. It would have to go through negotiations. And they know that. I mean, we talked all about this openly. Certainly, they would like us to negotiate that as well. But just in our normal conversation, I said to them, I can't just open that day. I don't have that opportunity because it's been negotiated. The board has negotiated this, and it's in the contract, the teacher contract. So unless that was changed, our hands are tied with that. That day is not open right now for us.
Okay, to the extent it's helpful to any other board members' consideration, I'm also going to vote no on the tentative 2020-21 calendar. I don't know if that influences people, whether they would, as an alternative, rather table it for some future consideration as opposed to just voting it down. But as it stands, I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you. I'm going to vote no as well, rather than go with a table option, because the new board can bring it up again at the next meeting if they wish. I've played through the various scenarios and situations that I've been in to be able to give teachers the opportunity to meet with parents for an entire day. We've also done this model with professional development, where one teacher in the department is covered by all the rest of the teachers. The kids get divvied up, and so that teacher gets effectively a day to plan, or in this case could meet with parents. But again, all that becomes a workload issue, which ultimately comes back to negotiations. I believe that there is a strong teacher voice, that they want to have those parent conferences, that is incredibly valuable, and ultimately does reduce workload. We talked about this before, reduces workload by being able to create those relationships early on in the school year. And I think if it's a matter of trading a few evenings to get a full spring break, or to get Rosh Hashanah or the MSEA conference day, that teachers are going to want that, and I believe that the negotiating team would be able to work that out. So I'd like to give all that a chance to play out before casting a vote in favor.
Do you have anything that you want the calendar committee to be considering for the 2021? Or are you all going to handle that?
At this point, it feels like it's all negotiations. I mean, you're mathematically you're
I just
locked
wanted
in.
to be clear on that.
And we wouldn't take
No, I do.
2021 back
I
to
do.
the calendar committee until next fall.
No. Well, in response to that question, I do. I mean, I guess if it's going to be like this hypothetical calendar that's sent out for advocacy purposes, I think the choices that are made within it should actually be ones that people would the consensus would make. And it doesn't seem to me that the consensus would actually if we were truly stuck with this calendar, they would have it be that there's no parent-teacher conferences. That's actually the result. I can't comprehend that.
But currently, under state law and with the days that we have to have in there, that is the only option for this calendar, unless negotiations were to change that or the law was to change. The current calendars you have out there is the
Right. It was
pretty much the only
what
alternative.
they came to consensus on.
Right.
Because they didn't like it. Nobody liked it. I'm not saying that people were happy about it, but it's what they came to consensus because they couldn't come up with anything else. And that's why we say we're open to it. They did not want to add more 2-hour early day dismissals. Right. That doesn't mean you can't. I'm just saying we have a task to bring you what they came to consensus on, and that's what they came to consensus on.
Because parents actually don't particularly like early dismissal days because it really impacts child care and things like that to have that.
Right.
Ms. Urea.
So if my understanding is correct, for the 2020 to 2021 calendar, Thanksgiving is on the 26th of November, correct? Like the actual Thanksgiving day. It is? Okay. Because I mean,
right.
if worst,
in front of me.
That's right.
if worst comes to worst, I mean, if we're stuck with this calendar, was there any discussion about adding parent-teacher conferences on the 25th or the 27th?
We did discuss it.
And what was the thought about that?
They felt like the parents would be traveling and teachers would be traveling, and we probably would have large number of absences. So we could say, because we actually discussed that, we said, well, we could do that Wednesday. Let's do that as a conference day. And they said, yeah, but you're kind of just putting it on paper to say it, knowing that you're going to have a huge number of teachers who aren't going to be there to conference. They're not going to come in. They're traveling that day. And you're going to have parents that are traveling, so they wouldn't. But we could still do that if you choose. But we discussed all of those options.
Because it is, in my opinion, I cannot imagine a calendar without parent-teacher conferences.
I can't either.
So
I can't believe I'm bringing you one.
So I was just saying that as an option, but okay, thank you.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Call the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So, Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Butcher.
No. Mr. Brannon?
Nay.
Ms. Korvalak?
Nay.
Ms. Urea?
No.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Reinhardt?
I thought you said Reinhardt.
He did.
Ms. Hummer? Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Nally. Wait.
Nay.
Mrs. Nally, beg your pardon. Mr. Reinhardt, Ms. Hummer.
I'm going to join and say nay.
Oh, you are going to?
I am going to say nay, although I still believe that it would be a valuable tool, but.
So it's a 0 in the,
Okay.
0 in the negative,
Right.
8 in the affirmative. Motion passes.
All right.
Can I just say one, Mr. Mosier, I know that it's almost 11:15, about
Motion
2
fails.
hours before you shoot out your email.
Motion fails.
Yeah.
She said passes.
Oh.
Gonna miss
Motion.
your emails, man.
I'll keep you on the list.
I actually have a request that I know Dr. Alato is going to say no to. So I'd ask, because I would ask you to expand that to sports. But if he's going to say no to that, perhaps you would think about in your spare time coming up with a podcast and just talking about different.
In my
daily
spare
events.
time, I'll
Yeah,
think.
if you have,
I'll work on that.
I would at least subscribe.
So, and Ms. Connolly, just making sure that motion was voted down.
I misstated
Right,
that.
that's, just
Right.
want to make clear.
So the motion failed.
Motion failed.
0-8.
All right. Item 5.07 is ratification of the negotiated agreement. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County.
Second.
Okay. And Ms. Rawls.
Yes. Good evening. For the record, my name is Melissa Rawls, and I am the Director of Employee Relations. Good evening to Ms. Hummer, Dr. Alato, and members of the board. The negotiating teams for the Board of Education and the Secretaries and Assistants Association of Anne Arundel County reached a tentative agreement for fiscal year 2019, subject to your approval. The summary of changes as agreed upon by both parties include the following: that all Unit 4 employees would receive a 3.454% COLA effective July 1st, 2018. That a mid-year step would be granted to eligible Unit 4 employees, and that there would be modifications to the process utilized to post vacancies. Lastly, there were modifications to FMLA language, which included the implementation of a 1,250-hour work requirement, a rolling calendar year, and a job-protected alternative leave programs for employees who are ineligible for FMLA. The negotiating teams reached an agreement that best serves the interest of SAAC members and recognizes their commitment to AACPS students, staff, and community. I would like to thank Bradley Darjan, the UNISERV Director for SAAC, SAAC President Helen Wilkerson, and the bargaining team for their efforts to reach this agreement. On November 12, 2018, SAAC approved this agreement, and I respectfully request your approval as well, and that you ratify the noted summary of changes.
All right. Are there any board questions or comments? Oh, Ms. Wilkerson, I'm sorry.
At this time, hi, Helen Wilkerson, President of SAAC. We just would like to thank you, President Hummer and Dr. Alato, for all that you're doing. And I also want to add a little off of that to say thank you to Mr. Butcher, Ms. Nally, Mr. Reinhardt, and Ms. Kobalak. Thank you for your service here. and all that you have done for Anne Arundel County Public Schools and for the association. I'm sorry to see that you had to go, but we hope that your endeavors would be a great one as you move forward. We do thank you for the consideration of this contract. It was a long, hard pulling one. We are also thankful that we were able to, for the first time in over 19 years, that we were able to give that we may be able to give our employees a 0.345% COLA, and we are happy for all the changes, and we hope that you agree upon what we come to an agreement with. Thank you.
So, are there any board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? I will just say thank you both for all your hard work on this. And Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Mr. Butcher? Aye. Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corbelak? Aye. Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mrs. Nally? Aye. Mr. Reinhardt? Aye. Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0, motion passes.
Thank you very much. You all have a pleasant evening. That's the last of it. Anything else?
Item 5.08 is terms of employment for Unit 5 and 6 employees. Dr. Arlotto, your recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the terms of employment for Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees for FY 2019.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. Ms. Rawls.
Thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Melissa Rawls, and I am the Director of Employee Relations. As a result of budget considerations and negotiations with employee bargaining group representatives, the following modifications have been recommended for the terms of employment for Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees. That all Unit 5 and Unit 6 employees would receive a 1.5% COLA effective mid-year. I respectfully request your approval of the aforementioned terms of employment for FY19.
Are there any board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? You're just ready to go?
Ready to vote.
Okay. Ms. Connolly, would you call the roll?
Mr. Butcher?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Corbelak?
Aye.
Ms. Urea?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mrs. Nally? Aye. Mr. Reinhardt? Aye. Mrs. Hummer?
Aye.
8-0, motion passes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Rawls.
Thank you.
Item 6.01 is a review item, the monthly financial status report and FY 2019 revenue and expenditure projections. All right. Are there any board questions or comments on this item? Is there any public comment? All right, that is done. Oh, Colin, you got to get in there. Okay.
So looking at other instructional costs, what falls into that category?
For the record, Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations. It would be items such as contractual services for professional development and things of that nature.
Okay.
And so that category doesn't operate like on a even 10-month basis. It will all depend on, for instance, when professional developments are held. Sometimes they're held earlier in the year, and so you may see spending a little bit higher than you would towards the end of the year.
Okay. And then we saw a significant jump in community services. So we've spent almost half of our budget, and
Correct.
It's only October 31st.
Yep. So there was a new requirement for our Judy centers to have a grant match. Like we used to have what are called soft matches, which are facilities and things in usage and things like that. And we actually had to have a hard cash match for our Judy centers this year for the first time, and so that falls into the community services category. So that's why you're seeing expenditures a lot higher than you did at this time last year.
But we do have a plan going forward.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Well, that category only has a $65,000 entire appropriation to it, so any expenditure is going to drive the needle rather quickly in a category that small.
Any other questions? Okay, now we'll move on to item 6.02, which is award of contracts. Are there any board questions or comments on this item? Mr. Reinhardt, do you have any questions on this one? It's 11:20. Thank you, thank you. Are there any, Miss Urea? Oh, she's breaking us.
Sorry, I had to steal your thunder, Mr. Reinhardt. I just have like one. It's a quick question, Ms. Summer. Don't worry. On the first page, it says drug and. Am I allowed to say this out loud? Yeah. Okay. I was just wondering what the drug and alcohol testing on an as-needed basis, like what are those usually used for? Are you able to say?
Absolutely.
Sure. For the record, Alex Scheckner, Chief Operating Officer. I'll give you 2 examples. One, for example, we've got a lot of heavy equipment drivers, bus drivers, 10-wheeler drivers, et cetera, to have a federally issued CDL license, a commercial driver's license.
Okay.
They have to have both periodic and random drug testing. There's protocols for both. So they have scheduled drug testing, and then they're in a randomized computer-generated pool. That's one example of an as-needed.
Okay.
Another example could be if we have a for-cause situation that we feel that an employee is acting out of sorts or out of character, and we believe that could possibly be tied to an impairment of some sorts, and we're not sure if it could be a medical impairment or possibly a substance type issue. Then for cause, the contracts allow us to take an employee for testing to help sort out some of those questions.
Okay, thank you.
Those are just 2 random examples.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to understand more. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, any other board questions or comments? Any public comment? All right. So, that brings us to the end of our meeting. We wanted to make sure that our 4 board members were going out long, and so here you go. That's right. The next general board meeting will be Wednesday, December 5th at 10 a.m. here in the boardroom. The next policy meeting is Wednesday, December 12th at 1 p.m. in the bid room. And Miss Nally, would you do the honors?
I would like to move to adjourn this meeting.
Do I have a second? Then meeting is adjourned.